Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Ah, man. A lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of stuff. Have not streamed in a whole full week. Well, half of it I was busy, and then the other half I was just. It's a long story. Maybe I'll end up telling it later. But yeah, yeah, dude. So much has happened. So you had the Shaznia trailer. You had uh the new Sandrone trailer when she's walking around Fontaine. Um, there was the other one before, but I already saw that, and that wasn't during the week. That was the previous week. Then you had the what is it? Death of Elation with a Saprimon. Then you had the Neverness to Everness live stream, which I didn't watch. Dude, I have not watched these live streams in its entirety for like the past like month. Well, no, the Genshin one I saw was Sandrone. Finally, I saw. But the previous Star Rail one, uh, well, the new Star Rail one would be this week for Himiko and whoever else is gonna come out. Um, but yeah, I didn't even watch the full Neverness to Everness. Then Wuthering Waves came out of nowhere. I didn't even I didn't even know they were gonna do it Friday. I thought it was gonna be this week Friday, not the last Friday that just passed. Um, oh, dude, Electro Rover. My God, man. Jeez. Yeah, I completely forgot about all these books. And then I saw a random short on YouTube saying that if you come here in that line, it has all these books. So that's why I'm over here. Uh, I'm not gonna be going. Well, maybe this one I'll probably be going through, because this one might be connected to the Pioneer, possibly. Probably not. I'm not entirely sure. You know who I honestly think the Pioneer might be? I think the Pioneer might be Jacob. I think it's too obvious for it to be Renee or Alan. I think that's too obvious. I think the Pioneer is Jacob, especially with his connection to the Abyss. And most likely, he probably is the Lava Walker from the artifact set. It's heavily implied. It's not confirmed, but it's very, 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 like I said, heavily or strongly implied. He's the Lava Walker. So I'm pretty sure he's probably the Pioneer. But yeah, we'll get into that. Cause I'm not gonna be fighting or anything. Not like I usually do anyway. Well, I mean sometimes when I'll do like these, not that, like these things. Dude, oh my god, this was getting me mad. This is such an easy event, and it's a team event. Dude, I was getting so frustrated because I will grab a whole bunch of the little things. I forgot what's it called. Ashas, I think it is. But anyways, I would grab a whole bunch of those the little things, and I will be going to like the orange like little matte thing that you gotta like color the colorless ones. Because when they spawn, some is orange, some is colorless, and then some is blue. So the colorless ones, you have to take them and either go to the orange or blue, and then put them in the like in the middle, so it could count as points. So I'm doing stuff like that, and all three of the other teammates is running in the exact same direction, like splitting the whole thing apart. And then they split it, and they're not even going in the middle to score. They're just running to collect others. So they, oh my god, dude, it was. I will have a whole bunch. All of them will run. Then it will split apart. Then I'll have a little bit. I'll go score, and then the other three, it just running into each other, trying to grab a whole bunch of them just to score like 10 at once. Like I was, oh my god, this event, this event was fucking pissing me off, dude. Oh Lord, I was getting so mad. Thank God I'm done with this shit. And I still don't have enough to get Lohan. I tried. I tried on all servers, and I've lost the 50-50 on every single server. I got Diluc in this one, Diluc in Asia, Diluc in I believe it's Hong Kong and Taiwan, and then in Europe I got Tignari or Tainari, same crap. Like, oh my god, bro, it got me so fucking mad. It's always the ones that I like desperately want. Always. Besides Nicole. But Nicole was different because I had one specific server saving up everything literally just for her and her weapon. I did not reach Constellation 6, but that's okay. I got up to 2. That's fine. But yeah. Bro, I want a Lohan so bad, man. Lohan is so good. So good, man. Ay, ay, ay. But it is what it is. I'll probably get a rerun, like in the early stages of Shaznaya, maybe. Maybe like second update of Shaznaya. He'll probably get a rerun. Because I think with Shaznaya is definitely gonna be the age of Cryo. I think all Cryos is gonna get reruns like crazy. Oh, speaking of Cryo, Risley comes out on that banner, and I only need one more 10 to get a gold, because I'm at 70. So, whether I get Risley or not, that's a whole different subject. But getting a gold in the next 10, that's 100%. Because like I said, I'm at 70. And it shares the same pity as the Chronicle Wish. So I'm good. I just don't know who to pick. I want to pick Risley. I should pick Risley. But I should also probably pick Yagmiko. Because she's the one that I always. She was like my Silver Wolf from Star Rail. Oh, hold on. Let me just find some random spot just to. Oh, I know where to sit. Yeah, because like I said, I'm not gonna. Wait, there's not even no chair over here. It's this way, right? It's this way. There's nothing over there. I kind of wish you could go back inside here. Visit the secret base. But yeah, this is just gonna be a yap stream. I'll just talk about lore and Project Stuzha because I got it. Dude, I figured it out. As soon as I saw the Sarista sun, I knew exactly what it was gonna be. It's not about resurrection. They're not resurrecting the third descender. As everyone thought, including myself, thought what it was gonna be previously, but that's not what it is. That is not what it is at all. But but anyways, like I said, we're gonna get to that because we got more than enough time. Um, I'm, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Usually I yap and I've been going for like 5 hours, just talking about everything. But it's good, and it's uh I keep seeing that wire, and I have to throw it out. It's the old PlayStation wire. That thing don't even work, and I just threw out the garbage like an hour ago. Forgot to throw that wire out also. But anyways, you see where my brain goes to? No wonder why it'd be like 5 hours of just yapping. But like I said, I haven't been here for a week. My bad. Like I said, half was actual important stuff, family stuff, like graduations, or one graduation. Um, and then kind of almost like the other half, it was just, yeah. And honestly, maybe it was probably a good thing because let's see, the Shaznaya thing came out on one of the days that I wasn't too occupied. Then the Wuwa live stream, the Neverness live stream. But like I said again, I didn't even watch fully both of them. I saw some and then I just saw like other clips. Um, yeah, that's just really about it. I don't know. It was just my mind was just all over the place. Had to decompress, if you will, I guess, because I wasn't even playing like crazy. I did like a couple hours ago because I was grinding and catching up with Neverness Avernus, trying to get the new guy. What is it, Chaos? I think is his name. Because I didn't get the other people. I didn't even get Hotori. Hotori? I think that's how I say her name. Which is that one I desperately wanted. My stupid ass missed it. What the hell, man? But yeah, rerun. I'm going crazy. I don't even care. Like, if the new character that comes out with her is gonna be the best character for like the next 5 years, I don't even care. I'm gonna go insane with Hotori. As soon as they announce it, I'm saving up. And I'm gonna go crazy. Which, I'll probably ruin my account by doing that. But, who the hell cares? I should start doing that with Genshin. Because I just pull for everyone. Well, I like everyone. That's kind of the thing. And I'm not really like a, you know, this is my favorite character, so I'm just gonna skip everybody. Even though I kind of did it with Nicole, but that was on a different server. But I don't know. I'm not usually like that for anybody. Some characters, yeah. Like in Honkai Impact 3rd, Sparkle. I don't have Sparkle yet, and it's driving me crazy that I do not have her. It drives me up a wall. Hate that. Oh, that's where, cause I was talking about that Yaimiko was basically almost like my Silver Wolf from Star Rail. Cause Silver Wolf, from the beginning of the game, I couldn't get her. And I got her when it was Ceridra's first run. I had to skip Ceridra to get Silver Wolf. To me, it was worth it. I didn't care about not having her for Flynon, because I had Sunday. And eventually I did get her. And her first rerun, I got her. And then after that, I tried to go for Ashvale, and then I lost my streak. But anyways, yeah, that's like Yarimiko. Since I started playing, I have not won a single banner with her on it. I've lost every single time. And then they did the Chronicle Wish, the Imazuma Chronicle Wish. But I couldn't do it because I had to get the person on the banner. Which was... Who was the person on the banner? It might have been around like Skirk and Escoffier. Around there. I don't know if it was the same update, the update after, or the update before. But I think it was around there. That's when the Imazuma Chronicle happened. And then like a month later, the Sumeru one happened. Which I actually got a lot of people on that. But on my different servers, not on this. But anyways. Yeah, so I really don't know. And I heard that, well, I really don't care about all that meta crap. But I have to pay a tiny bit attention to it because, you know, you don't want to be completely out of the loop and then you're fighting enemies and you just get, like, destroyed. Because, you know, Luno Bloom is not going to work anymore in the future. So, but yeah, anyways, I heard that Sandrone's best support is Yaimiko. So, maybe I should probably get her. Because I'm 100% getting Sandrone. I'm on a guarantee anyway. So, I'm on a guarantee on all the servers. So, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna try to get her on every single server. I need to see. Oh God, excuse me. And I'm like what, like maybe like 50 wishes in, I think. So I'm not that far off. And they didn't do that same dumb shit like they did in this patch, with only 60 total wishes. I still cannot believe they did that. That's insane. Nicole is such a like, I don't want to say superstar, but she's close to superstar level in terms of Genshin character popularities. She was very extremely anticipated, but she's not a superstar like Alice. When the fuck is Alice supposed to come out? Like, what are they waiting for? But that's a whole different subject. But yeah, Nicole was very anticipated, and then Lohan, the same thing. And then they just did 60 wishes, and then the reruns were like god tiers because you have Mavuka and this one with Lohan, and then the first one was Nicole and Durin, and they just thought, yeah, let's just give these people 60 wishes. Like, bro, I swear, bro, the way Hoyoverse treats Genshin is insane. It's literally crazy. Every other game that they have, every single one that they have, they've, there've always been 5-star selectors. They give uh, characters for free. There's like daily like check-ins that like add up to a free 10. There's like so much shit. And Genshin is just missing all of it. The only time we get a quote unquote 5-star selector is during the anniversary. And it's only the standard characters. Like, my god, dude. Like, I don't know. I have I have the highest of expectations with Shesnaya. Well, I think the story and characters, all that stuff is gonna be good. But I'm talking about like rewards because they seriously need to step up. They need to fix the rewards. I don't know. To me, I hate the talent domain crap. I think they need to fix that. Even the artifacts domains. That's another one also. Those are worse than the talents. The talents, I don't know. To me, it just bothers me. But it's truly, it's not that big of a deal. It just that's just a personal preference. But the artifact domains, oh my god. And then, like in the other games, they have stuff that you could change, like the main stat. Like they don't have that in Genshin. I know they have like the reroll thing, when you could guarantee like two with like the little feather thingies. I mean, yeah, very nice, but they don't give enough feathers to be doing that stuff anyway. And then the crowns, so you could triple crown a person. Bro, if you've been playing since the beginning of the game, you still can't even triple crown every single character. And like I said, that's literally if you started from the beginning of the like when the game first came out, like in 2020. Like if you was playing day one, you cannot triple crown every single character. That's ridiculous. Like that's insane. That is such an idiotic thing. The weekly domains, they need to change that shit also. That's stupid. Especially that you can only claim like one thing. Like if you do, let me show you real quick. I wonder if I did, or maybe that was last week. Yeah, that was last week. But like if you did this, you're only able to claim it one time. And then if you wanna, and by the way, these shits are random also. That's also a whole nother thing. Because all the other games, they don't have all these extra shit. It's only just one thing. I don't know why Genshin has 3 different boss drops. That's stupid. But yeah, like I said, they need to the resin. There's no passive resin, which is crazy. So it's stuff like that that I expect to see. Cause story and what all that other stuff I'm not worried about. Cause it's gonna be good. And it's gonna be sad. Because I don't think the Sarista we'll get to that. I don't know if the Sarista is gonna really kill Renova. Sad to say. I would like to see her kill her, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But but yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. I just don't like this game is so good too. But they just lack like so much like simple stuff that everybody else has. And even if we didn't compare it to other companies, even in their own company, all their other games have all this other stuff. Like I don't get it. I truly do not understand why Genshin is the only one they just choose not to do specific things with. Like, is it like a management type of thing? I don't get it. But no, get a better view of the moon. But yeah. Um, Can't think of anything else. Because we're gonna get into the theory stuff, but like I said, I haven't been here for a whole entire week. There's so much stuff to catch up on. And knowing me, I'm probably gonna end up talking about about theories in Star Rail. Dude, you see, I was right about the Ravengers having 3 bodies. Because you have the main how to explain it? Okay, let's use Finon. Well, that's the thing. Finon is a bit different because he merged with Iron Tomb. So that's not really like a 3 different body type of thing. But, I mean, if you will, you could say you have Deliverer Finon, which the one who was the deliverer in every single cycle. And then you have uh Castellano, which that's the Ravenger form. And then, if you will, not exactly the same, but you could say Kaos. Kaos is technically Finon and Castellano. But the reason why I should bring that up Because if you watch the Asap Primad um, trailer, I think it's called Death Revelation. I still can't remember. Um, but it shows him as a mass fool, which I'm gonna bring that back up because I saw a little short of saying that Ravagers are basically like you know the memes like the 007s like zero something and like seven, and it would usually be like seven like failures of whatever. So it was like for the Ravagers, it was like zero eons killed, zero paths destroyed, and seven failed Ravagers or seven failed Emanators, something like that. Which in Ravager position, I could kind of agree with it because no Eon did die. But to say that they have done basically like near nothing is insane. And I honestly think it's the stuff that you have to do before. Well, obviously it's the stuff that you have to do before that Nanook chooses you. But I have a whole thing on that. Because like I said, Nanook is very calculated. He's not at all go out and kill every single thing. But anyways, we'll just go back to Asap Primad. So Asap Primad, as a mass fool, uh, which was crazy. I still can't even comprehend that he did that. That he and the two other mass fools, I believe it was, that they defeated um, Veracity and then trapped it. So much for Ravengers don't do anything. But that was pre-Ravenger, so. But anyways, like I said, that's a whole other subject. But yeah, so he did that, and you saw his human form, and then he had like the gold mask. Then he went on the Astro Express because Elation was dead, according to him. Elation has always been dead. Aha, it has never been in the Star Wars universe. I still have the theory that he's sitting on the imaginary tree. But back to Asap Primov. And then he went on the Astro Express, and then he had them playing um, a game, and then they ended up just killing each other, which is crazy. Yeah, so they ended up just killing each other, and then he leaves, and then he starts the Omen Vanguards, and then he witnesses Nanook's ascension, and all of this you can still see his human form, and then Nanook gazes upon him, like the same way he gazed upon Finon. And then he was also watching Primad, the same way that Nanook was watching over Finon when Finon was fighting all those uh, antimatter legions, and then Zephyro appeared, and then all that stuff. So I'm pretty sure that's the birthplace of how Ravengers become Ravengers. And then from there, then you start seeing his head is the hand carrying the dice. Because I've always said this before, that I think all Ravagers, there's three forms of that person. I think you have the one that they were basically born with or made with, and then they're like how do I explain it? Because I know I talked about it before, and I kind of explained it before, but I don't remember. Okay, Selenova. So Selenova was Harmony. Most likely, she was probably emanator of Harmony. That's not confirmed. That's just a theory, I think. Um, no. Let's stick with because I saw something with Sir Ritra, and it made me think about Sunday, and it made no sense to me. But again, let's just stick with Selenova. So Selenova maybe pre Emanator of Harmony. Then she dies. Then Nanook resurrects her. Then she becomes Ravager. So in the Ravager trailer, when you see her body that kind of resembles a little bit like Sheepe, I think that's like the rebirth, right? I don't want to say Ravager, which basically technically is, but the reason why I don't want to say that part is the Ravager part, and I will kind of refer to it as almost like a rebirth, if you will, is because it shows Selenova, and then behind her it shows like a gigantic like beast. So I think that beast is the real Selenova, and the other one is kind of like a puppet, if you will. So that's so the woman Selenova we see is like the reforged or rebirth, and then the one behind her, the gigantic beast, I think that's the actual Ravager part. Like when the Ravagers like get into war and do what they do, I think that's their true form, the third one. Does that hopefully that kind of makes sense? I know it probably sounds a little confusing, but so with Asat Primad, you got the human form with the mask, and then you have the hand with the dice, which is like the reforged, and then the third one in the trailer they show like a gigantic uh like machine looking thing, and I think that's well, unfortunately I know because I saw it. uh, that's the Ravager Asat Primad. So I think every single one has the same thing. It's like Ventilia. It's like the Heliobi, then Tingyuan, if you will, like the puppet or the reforged. Well, that one was also kind of a bit different because I don't think that was really reforged from that Nook himself, but just from her, since she is abundance. But just for the sake of it, you got the Heliobi, Tingyuan, and then the Fantilia that we fought at the Ambrosia thing, or where the split where the sea split from Donghan. I forgot what the hell that place is called. And then Iron Tomb is the scepter, and then it was him mixed with Finon, like the half gold and half purple, and then the actual Ravager one is the one, the gigantic machine thing that he like takes like his spear and like sends it down, and when he sends it down, the whole universe like blows up. So I think that's the Ravager part. So I'm pretty sure every single one of them has that. Even Zephyro. Because honestly, Zephyro, the reforged one, or the second part, honestly might be the sword. Like his soul might be inside of the sword. And then the Ravager is the figure that we see wielding the sword, destroying everything. And then his original form, probably Akron's Kevin, which that was from another theory person, and I absolutely agree with him. Because we never know what happened to him. Akron doesn't even know what happened to her Kevin. So her Kevin might be Zephyro. But we just gotta wait and see. But yeah, you see, a long time ago, when they showed all the Ravengers, I said the exact same. When they first showed the Ravengers, I said all of them has 3 parts. And for Asap Primad, one of his parts is the die. And would you look at that? A couple of days ago, my theory was proved correct. And I said that so long ago. Because like I said, it was when they first showed the Ravager trailer. When it showed all 7 Ravengers. Even Luxbane, the one after, wait, which one is he after? Because I know it's like a gigantic, uh, almost kind of like a void, if you will. That just eats up everything. Kind of like a void whale, but his, or their physical form is not a whale. They were probably a void whale before, and then they died. And then Nanook, did what he did. But I forgot what path they were going after anyway. Wait, was it Veracity? They were going after Veracity. I think they were going after Veracity. Hold on. If that's the second time that's happened. Because I know Nanook is very calculated in what he does. But it seems like he just lets the Ravengers do whatever the hell they want. But I wonder if he talks to the Ravengers. I wonder if he tells them to do this and do that. Because in Amphorius, all the Ravengers, well, almost all the Ravengers, were watching Amphorius. And they knew about Phynon. And they let him ascend. And they just let Iron Tomb die. Because Iron Tomb destroyed the whole universe. And then, Cyrene did what she did, and then they went back in time, and then they defeated him. But they wanted him to die. And then Asap Primad wants Elation to die, has Veracity trapped, but then you have a fellow Ravager who's going after Veracity. wonder how the hell that structure really works. Like I said, does Nanook just let them do whatever the hell they want? Is it almost like a genius society? Like the Ravengers do it amongst each other, and Nanook just watches in silence? Kind of like how Noose watches the Genius Society in silence. Because Noose never intervened. He never stopped an experiment, which there was a couple times he probably should have. But he never stopped an experiment. He never joined a Genius Society meeting. He never told Polka, go and kill these people so they could stop piercing into finality. Like, that woman is, I don't know. It truly is the Lord of Mystery. But yeah. Why would you not let Luxbane kill Veracity? What is he trying to do with Veracity? What is Lasat doing with Veracity? Why? There's a whole bunch of stuff with Lasat Primand. Because it seems like every single thing was planned from the very beginning. Like, even when he was in the Masked Fools. Like, it don't seem like he trapped Veracity and then went upon his life, upon his life, did whatever, then got into something, realized he could probably trick that person, which Asheville. And then have him have a piece of Veracity. And then, did the stuff in the Astro Express and the Asheville thing was after the Astro Express stuff. But you know what I'm saying. Like, it don't seem like he just did one thing, save something as like a backup plan in case he runs into something else, and then just uses the old thing. Uses his backup for his new situation that he got himself into. Everything seems very like this was his intention. But why? Dude, it's really starting to make me wonder. Because I know I was saying it jokingly before, and I still kinda am. Especially because of Skrullum. It's Skrullum that's throwing me off. If I wasn't so, fixated on what Lygus said to Skrullum, I will probably be full on 100% that all Ravengers might be a piece of Xandar. I don't know, man. It's just... Because even Iron Tomb, even though that wasn't Xandar physically, but it was Lygus who was guiding Iron Tomb with destruction. And Lygus was a Xandar fragment. So I wonder if it's the same thing with all other Ravagers. Especially with Asar Primad. With him, when you fight his Ravager form, it's almost like a gigantic robot. Like, it looks like Lycus. Which is weird, because nothing on Asar Primad is technology. He has the dice, but the dice is not... I mean, I guess you could say the dice could be technological. Especially with all his probability crap or foresee whatever it is he has. Most likely probability. But it's just only that. The rest of his body is just there. And then he gets into like his Ravager form and he's like a full on gigantic ass robot. Exactly like how Lygus was. I don't know, man. And then you could say, oh, but the other ones, they're not like a robot. Which could be true. Because we don't know their full forms because we haven't fought all of them. But it could be the situation like with Lygus guiding Iron Tomb. Maybe it could be something guiding a Ravager. Like for Selenova. What if it's that gigantic beast? Like the Ravager part. Like it's the beast that's guiding the little sheepy looking puppet. I don't know, man. Or maybe it's the puppet. Who knows? Who really knows, man? But yeah, I really don't. And then the thing that like really bothered me that I could not figure out, cause maybe it's written like in a document somewhere inside Star Rail. I just probably had to look for it, or maybe I have to collect it, or maybe I have it. Who knows? Either or, I will have to look for it. Maybe there's like some document that talks about a Saprimod visiting Nanook's planet and giving a boy a flower. Or, you know, maybe it'll be the perspective of the boy. Like, someone gave me a flower, a golden flower or whatever. I don't know, man. And the fact that he gave him the gold flower before he even became Ravager, that's also another thing. Dude, oh my god, I really don't know. Shit, man. Oh, wait a minute. There's always supposed to be 7 Ravagers. Iron Tomb died, and then Phynon became Ravager. We fight a Saprimod, most likely he's gonna die. What if Screwlum becomes Ravager? Oh, wait, hold on. Because remember, Lygus told Screwlum that he wanted to visit Nanook's planet, and Screwlum told him no. And then Lygus said that there was an equation there. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The Ravagers are connected to Xandar. Yeah, so anyways, cause I was gonna say something else, but let me finish that thought first. Uh so yeah, Lycus told Screwland that there was an equation there. And then you know, he was using his whole analogy of the cave thing, which I get it, but it was so stupid in the way he just kept talking about the cave. But I do get the reference. But anyways, then he was talking about that, and then he was trying to convince Screwlum to go and retrieve the equation, and then Screwlum said no, and then Ligus said that it doesn't matter because you're gonna get. Oh, he said something along the lines of that, not word for word. If I was playing Starro, I would have pulled up the voice lines. But I really want to talk about Shaznia, and that's gonna be the long part of this, so that's why I'm in Genshin. And besides, I could just sit in a random spot. In Starro, you can't sit nowhere, unfortunately. But anyways, so yeah, I was about to say Xandar. I mean, technically it is Xandar, but Lygus told Screwler that it doesn't matter because you're gonna go back and get the equation regardless. And so far, every single thing that this guy has said has happened. So, Screwlum is gonna eventually go back and get the equation. And then he's probably gonna kill Noose. Because my original theory about the Xandar fragments is that well, now that I think about it, that still might be partially right. Because that's kind of what the Ravagers are doing. But anyways, my original theory was that each fragment is going after eons. So Lygus, or not eons, they're going after Noose. But when they go after Noose, it's by a different path. So Lygus is destruction, going after Noose. And then I thought Ratio might be a fragment, using the hunt against the Noose. Then Screwlum using Erudition itself against Erudition. And then, who was the other one? I had like one more solid. Because I had a couple of people, but then after all the stuff that happened in Euphorius, yeah, that didn't work out. Because I had, before that, I was thinking like, uh, even using Iron Tomb, again, that was before what we knew in Euphorius. Rupert the Third, um, which that was probably gonna be like, I don't know, some crazy shit. uh, Man, there was also one more. But then I started to realize that, yeah, the part wasn't accurate. And then the only ones that I really just sticked with was Ratio and Eric and Screwlum. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I really do believe it's with the Ravengers. And if that is the case, that might hold on. Okay, no. That is exactly what it is. Because okay, Amphorius is literally a mini Cosmo of the universe. So everything that happened in there happened identical to the real universe, or is going to happen to the real universe. So I know I talked about this so many times. I'm not going to give all the examples. I'll just use the two basic ones that I always go back to. Phynon. Phynon was the Deliverer, which the Deliverer was the Trailblaze. But then the Trailblazer came, and then Phynon accepted that he couldn't be Deliverer anymore. He gave it to the Trailblazer, because the Trailblazer is Deliverer. That's basically kind of one of the same. Um, and then he just went full destruction. So that basically is Nanook. Nanook was first Trailblaze, met Akavili, and then became Destruction. I don't know what deal they made between them, but that's a whole nother thing. There will have to be a Cyrene in that also, but that's it probably. And when I mean Cyrene, I mean someone of Cyrene, the equivalent to Foley, because I still have no damn idea who the hell was the person who ascended to Foley watching Louis Fleming's retirement party. I still don't know. I have no clue. Still to this day, I'm thinking it could be Diamond, but there's just no like real definitive proof though. Not even like a hint of anything. I just think it's Diamond. Because I think Diamond might be a pseudo emanator. He might be Remembrance or she. That's another thing. I always keep on forgetting. Let me do that right now. Because I don't even know if Diamond is a guy or girl. Because every time I hear about Diamond, they just say the name Diamond. They never say, like, his gender or their gender. I keep on saying he. But yeah, if Diamond is a girl, then I'm pretty sure she might be one of the fragments of Arnasava, or whatever the hell that thing is called. I think it is Arnasava, which is Cyrene in March. So they might be potential to ascend to Fuli. And that's probably why they're so obsessed with the cornerstones. Maybe they think with the cornerstones they could, I don't know. You know what? Okay. Dude, my brain is like everywhere. I was talking about the Ravagers, now I'm talking about this. But, you know, I just thought of this. Because with Quillipov, which is preservation, they just want to amber everything. So, the Amber Order in the new Penacony ending, the Amber Propagation, there was previously to what we know, there was a story of them ambering Veracity, which that's not true anymore. So that means that person who wrote the story was a history fictionologist. Uh, but anyways, yeah, I said history fictionologist, and I'm over here thinking about Saprimon. Because I wonder if Saprimon was also a history fictionologist. But anyways, well, now they want to trap Ferocity and Amber, because I guarantee you that's why Pearl is there. Because Pearl heard whispers about Ferocity being in Plan Arcadia. Okay, so here's the thing with the IPC. I think they knew about Veracity being there. Then they have Pearl copy quote unquote Graphia. There's a reason why I say quote unquote. I'll get to that. Copy quote unquote Graphia, and then have her copy every single thing that she did. So when Quillipop comes and shatters Veracity, probably Planet Arcadia would be destroyed. And if that happens, Quillipop will seal Veracity and Amber, destroy Planet Arcadia, and then Pearl could rebirth or redraw Planet Arcadia. Because she copied quote unquote Graphia's, world of canvas thingy. So I think that's why Pearl is specifically there, and why so like she's so like what's the word I'm looking for? She's so like damn, that's like a specific word. It's not infatuated. There's a different word, but I'm just gonna say infatuated. Uh, I think that's why Pearl is so infatuated with copying quote unquote Graphia's artwork and the world of Canvas thingy because Quillipoff is gonna destroy it, killing Amber and sealing it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly why she's there. And Kuchiba still might be someone else in the IPC. Like one of like the high ranking members. Like a high ranking member like Diamond, Oswaldo, the other dude that starts with a T, I forgot his name. Which he's actually an Emanator Preservation. So I think Kuchiba might be an Emanator Preservation. And if she is, why does it seem like she's going against the IP? Well, okay. The IPC is very tricky because they do a whole bunch of different stuff. But I feel like all of them has the same goal: Quillipoff entrapping certain things in Amber. So Quillipoff entrapping Ferocity in Amber. I feel like that's something the whole entire IPC could get behind. But with Kuchiba, it seems like she's going against it. Maybe she don't think Pearl could recreate the world of Canvas. Which, maybe she can. Because she's not a true human. I feel like to do something like that, you gotta be like human. Because you gotta have kind of like a will. Like a Stellar. Not exactly like a Stellaron, but similar to like a Stellaron, I guess. You gotta have like that true like humanity's will. Like a Descender in this game. Just like pure will. And Pearl obviously does not have that. So maybe that's why Kuchiba is secretly going against them. Maybe she's not even IPC at all. That's just what I think. I think she might be from a different division of IPC. Um, Diamond is canonically. Oh my god, dude, my reading today. um, is that true? Is he actually male? He is constantly referred to with masculine pronouns in the game. Really? I don't remember. Where is that? I need to see that. Okay. Okay, it just I'm reading this and it talks about. Okay, let me see something. Let me see. Mm, okay, adventuring talking about Diamond. Okay. Mm, wait, what is this referring to? Oh, is that supposed to be him talking to Diamond? Oh, that don't really sound like. Oh, I just. Well, this has nothing to do with Diamond, but there's something with adventuring. He's talking about the IPC, and he's mentions fortune, and fortune is in quotation marks. I wonder if the person who ascended to Fu Li watching Louis Fleming's retirement party was watching because he didn't ascend to Eon. Because people in the universe will call him Eon of Wealth, but he was never truly a real Eon. That's just people calling it like a nickname. But if the IPC's whole thing is fortune, I wonder if he was supposed to ascend and he didn't. So that's why they watched him retire. Hmm. So maybe in another timeline, he really is supposed to be like an actual Eon of Wealth. But in this one, he didn't. Exactly like how in a different timeline, Silver Wolf gains full the 999 power, but then it corrupts her. She ends up killing a whole bunch of stuff. She kills Aha. Um, she even kills. Well, what was the exact words? Well, technically it is a kill because Shira kills and then replaces her. But they used a specific word in the trailer, so people could stop piercing into finality. So that all of that happened in a different timeline. I wonder if all the other timelines, Louis Fleming was supposed to ascend to an actual Eon of Wealth. Just like how people in the main Star Wars universe nicknamed him. And his path would have been fortune. Dude, holy shit. Wow. And all of this started with the three different beings of a single Lord Ravager. Damn. Yeah, I'm still not really finding anything about Diamond being a he or she. I'm really not finding anything convincing. Yeah, even Akron talks about wealth and fortune. Wait a minute. Because I was gonna say that if Diamond is a girl and Diamond is a pseudo emanator of preservation and remembrance, that they collect the stone hearts, and then Diamond is gonna ascend to Foley, and then just I don't know, probably being trapped in Amber, which that would be weird. But not really, because the IPC is so infatuated with Elio that there's a no kill order on him. Meanwhile, all the other Stellamon hunters is dead or alive. But Elio specifically, nobody could kill him. They want him for finality, for the script. So what if the Stoneheart specifically, not the whole entire IPC, but what if the Stonehearts Diamond ascends to Foley, then does something with like Elio's script, and then entraps themselves in Amber, so that way the universe won't end. Because there'll be no Foley to ascend in the future. Because the whole point of Foley is to ascend after finality. Or when finality approaches. So, maybe that's what it is. But then, since now I'm looking at all this wealth and fortune, and we know other people could have created new paths Sunday with domination, which I'll go back to that. Uh, but who's to say that Lewis Fleming was also supposed to ascend and create fortune as a path? And then maybe with the Stonehearts, if if Diamond is a guy, then because I believe all children of Arnarsova, I believe that's how you say it. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Children of Arnarsova are just pink-haired women. I don't think any of them is a guy. So, if Diamond really is a dude, then he won't. I don't think he'll be a pseudo emanator. But with that being said, if Diamond collects all the stone hearts, maybe he could ascend himself and become Fortune. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he wants to do what Lewis Flemings didn't do and actually become the real Eon of Wealth and create the path Fortune. Maybe that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Dude, I cannot find anything about. But I'm trying to see if there's something like a conversation with him, and then they just say he, referring to Diamond. Cause I know for Adventure Line, there's something with he, but it don't sound like he's talking to Diamond anyway. So I don't know. That's right. There's a Stoneheart strip. I gotta rewatch. You know, I'm gonna just leave that tab open. I'll watch that stuff later. But even in the Stoneheart's trailer, I don't even think they show him. I think they literally just show only. I keep on saying him, but I don't even know if it is a him. I just keep saying, just keep saying it. That's just where my mind just goes to. It's just automatically him for now. But anyways, yeah, in the Stoneheart's trailer, I don't even know. Cause they showed Jade, Sunday, Jade, Aventurine, Topaz, Obsidian, the purple one that starts with the A. Then you got the orange one. The other ones I can't remember. Oh, Pearl, Opal. I think there's like one more. And then for Diamond, I think it's literally just a diamond. I don't think they show what the person looks like. Have you ever tried doing something very adventurous? Adventurous. No, not. Wait, are you talking about like in real life? Are you talking about like in the game? In the game, I'm playing adventurous. I have not leveled up uh, anybody to max level yet, and I'll be trying to fight the hardest things. I would say that's pretty adventurous. That's pretty stupid, but like outside, no, not really. Yeah, when you felt that you were in real life game. Um, no. Wouldn't say I've done anything adventurous. I mean, I really don't know. I guess depending on what a person sees as adventurous, I guess I done something adventurous. I'm not really sure. Are you talking about something like skydiving or something like that? No, I have never done anything like that. Okay, that's cool. I mean, yeah, I guess. Have you done anything adventurous? Have you ever, I don't know, jumped out of an airplane or bungee jump or something? What makes you choose this game? Story. That's what I, that's like one of the main things I would choose for any game. Story. Story has to be interesting. I don't care about visuals. I don't care if, well, some gameplay I do kind of care about, but it's visual. I mean, it's story first. It has to be story. Story is what grabs my attention because I'm such a lore person. I really like stories. Any type of stories. Well, mostly any type of stories. Yep, I have. Oh, hiking. Oh my. Hiking like what? Like some Mount Everest type thing? I can't believe people do that. That's crazy. Why do people still do that? Someone already climbed up there. Mission accomplished. I don't, I don't think you have to go up there and climb yourself. Someone else already did it. I don't know, man. I really don't know. That just seems crazy to me. Oh, like you are kind of listener type. That's exactly what I am. That is exactly what I am. Because even when I'm not in games or playing games, not in games. I wish I was in a game. I think I'll do a pretty good voice acting. I will only be a villain though. But anyways, sorry, my brain just goes all over the place. but uh, but yeah, even when I'm not playing a game, when I'm watching movies or TV shows, the story has to be good. It has to. I can't watch something that is just boring. It has to like grab my attention. And it don't have to do it like in the first episode. I mean, the first episode has to be a strong impression, but I don't think like it has to be like like a oh my god, like gasp type of moment in the first episode. I'll give it like 3 episodes. If by the third episode I'm still like not into it, then I'll just be done with the show. That's impressive because nowadays we don't have people we can share or talk to. Dude, I am literally everyone's psychiatrist. I feel like people only talk to me just to talk about their problems. But it's good because one, they get it off the chest. Two, I would never say anything. I literally just keep everything a secret. And yeah, it's just basically it. And like I said, I like stories. So even if it's something crazy, I'll just be like, okay. Okay, what's the most attractive story-based show that I have watched until now? Oh, that is a good question. Oh, one of my favorite shows. If not, probably my favorite show. Killing Eve. That shit is so fucking good. That's really good. From beginning to end, I loved every single part of it. I would say Killing Eve. Oh, that's so cute. You're such a secret keeper. I mean, yeah, cause I would like if it was me and I was telling someone something, I wouldn't want that person to tell everybody else what I said. So I just do the same thing. Even if a person tells me that I don't care, if you tell anybody else, I still just won't say anything. What's that old phrase? Keep secrets from your secrets. That's basically what I do. Keep secrets from my secrets. Oh man, from where you belong to such a cute man. Oh my god, cute man. Uh, from New York. I guess you could say that's adventurous. Being in New York, where a lot of crazy people are. But nah, I'm just joking. I mean, there are a lot of crazy people, but yeah, I think it's important to I think it's important to listen to stories. Listen, read, hear. Well, listen is hearing, obviously, but you know what I mean. It gives you more perspectives for different situations. Because maybe in the future you could be in that scenario or that situation. So maybe you'll know what to do, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's just kind of how my brain works. Killing Eve, man. I love that show. Who's your favorite character? I'm so horrible with names. It's the Russian assassin girl. The one who's literally hunting Eve in the first season. And then she kind of toys with Eve during the rest of the show. Um, oh my god, what is her name? It starts with a V. Uh, oh my god, it's driving me crazy. What is their name? This is like the one thing I'm horrible with. Just names. You binge watch the show? Dude, it is so good, man. It is so good. And there's so many iconic moments. A lot of crazy moments, but I feel like they're iconic. Like when she's inside the suitcase and then she unzips herself, or when she killed, which this sounds so messed up. To her, it wasn't messed up because she was giving the boy uh almost like a savior type of mentality. But when she killed the little boy in the hospital and then she stole his pajamas, that's that's so messed up. I can't believe she did that. she she killed the kid and then took his pajamas, and then she was wearing it. Like what? And then the family in the car passed by. She turned around and she put her finger to her lips, tell the little kid in the car to shush. Ah, dude, that's such a good show, man. So good. New York, an expensive place you belong to. Dude, I know. It's it's crazy. It's crazy. She killed me that time, man. Yeah. Yeah. I think my favorite episode is probably one of the first ones in the first season. When she's in Italy and she climbs that pole. Actually, that's the same episode when she's in the suitcase. Because she climbs the pole to sneak inside the house. Then, I believe it was a maid or something, is walking through the house and she's hiding. And she's inside the suitcase. And then she gets out of the suitcase. And I think she stabs the guy. I think that's how she kills her target. Because you have that one. You have the last episode of the first season. When, Um, so New York killed you? How you survived there then? Oh, how I survived New York? Living. By living. It's like extremely bad when you're like in Manhattan. That's like one of the biggest problems living in Manhattan. Literally anywhere in Manhattan. The projects is like now like getting like expensive for some people. It's crazy. And those are projects. Like, yeah. But I know the mayor said he's gonna do some rent stabilizer thing and something else. And I don't remember the whole thing. Well, that was so memorizing. Like they oh yeah, yeah. At the ending of the first episode, they kissed and then Eve stabs the Russian girl in the stomach. Yeah. So you do not right now. I have to look for something else. Something happened previously, but it'll be fine. It'll be done like within the week. Yeah, but like the past week. That's like literally it. It'll be all good. Like I said, I'll find something. Yeah, it's alright. You know, stuff just gets out of your control. It'll be fine. Damn, I'm still trying to think of the girl's name. I can't remember. I know it starts with a V. I know it's not Veronica. It's like a Slavic name because she's Russian. Villanelle. That's her name. That's her true name. Villanelle. Her assassin name. That one I don't remember. Because I believe there was a number of assassins, and then she ended up being one of the last ones under Constantine. And that show was so good. I heard that it was supposed to do spin-offs, but I don't even know what happened. I wonder if they're still doing it, or if they just canceled the spin-offs. Because I heard one of them was supposed to be when Constantine was younger, and the head girl of MI6, um, Carol, I think that was her name. When Carol and Constantine was younger. And then another one that I saw was supposed to be the origins of the Russian assassin group. And then it was supposed to explain how the number structure worked and how many of them were there. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think they're based off books. And I think in the books it explains how many assassins in that group there was. Might be like 9 assassins in total. Maybe. What was I even talking about before? Oh, about the Stonehearts and Star Rail. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know about Diamond. I gotta go dig deeper later. Cause I have no idea if if Diamond is actually a guy or a girl. Cause if it is a girl, I think it's gonna be Bully. And then they're gonna entrap themselves in Amber. So finality won't happen. Or maybe that's one of the ways finality won't happen. Or, I don't know, something like that. But if it's a guy, then I think Diamond would ascend to Eon of Wealth the same way Lewis Fleming was supposed to, but he didn't. And then Diamond will become Fortune. Or his path will become Fortune. You know, speaking of Fortune, I wonder what's Asta's like story. Because we know very, very little of her. But we know her parents are like filthy rich. And like the way they talk like about her parents being rich, like if they're like on the same level of Lewis Fleming. So if she's from that same lineage? Or do they just rival Lewis Fleming in wealth? I don't know. But I would like to know more. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get any type of answers. Because right after Assad Primad, we're going to, I think it's called Acropolis, which that's where Pierre Point is. And I'm telling you, Boot Hill is going to go after Oswaldo, and he might become an Emanator if he kills Oswaldo. And I think that's exactly what's gonna happen. But the thing is, I didn't even think about this until I just said him killing Oswaldo and becoming an Emanator. Which is weird because I talked about this before. But anyways, with him ascending to Emanator, I probably shouldn't phrase it like that, because when you hear ascend, it usually means Eon. But if he becomes an Emanator, what if he aims Lan's bow at Pierre Point? Damn, I didn't even think about that. Man, we're gonna have to fight Boot Hill. Bro, there's no way in hell that Astro Express is gonna allow Boot Hill to aim. I don't even think the other Galaxy Rangers will let that happen. If Boot Hill aims lands bow at Pierre Point to kill Oswaldo, I think that would literally be like the beginning of the end. Like, I think that was. I think that would start cosmic war. Than the rap, more so of the Ravagers doing whatever they're doing. Speaking of Ravagers doing whatever they're doing, is I don't know, man. A Saprimon. I hope they give us some backstory in the next update. Actually, not some, all of it. Since we're fighting him, we're most likely gonna end up killing him. Like, actually killing him. Not like Ventilia. I don't know why people say we killed Ventilia. I mean, technically we did. But she's not, like, gone forever. She's a Heliobi. Like, unless someone like Acheron kills her, then that's something completely different. That's why Duke Inferno is never coming back. For now. I'm pretty sure Dahlia is gonna figure something out. You know what Dahlia would do? Dahlia would probably do something like what Dottore would do. Like resurrect someone through someone else's memories. That's probably how Dahlia is gonna resurrect Duke Inferno. Through someone else's memories. Which would probably be the Memo Keepers. And the Garden of Recollection. But we'll see what happens with that. Because we probably won't get any type of story about that in years, maybe, unfortunately. Just like Asta's family, we probably won't know for years. But yeah, a Saprimon, man. Because I'm trying to think, like, this is gonna sound a little crazy, but I'm trying to think, like, if I was a Saprimon, like, what would I do? Like, I seal Veracity, I go on the Astro Express, start a whole killing spree. There's one survivor left, which, um, damn, what's his name? They say the name in the trailer. And I was honestly kind of surprised, but I shouldn't be so surprised because that's when the guy was younger. Because I know there was an event 2 years ago with in Star Rail that you did like some board game thing, and then at the end, uh, however you played throughout the board game, you got a specific navigator. So one of them was Himiko, one of them was Icy, one of them was the pink-haired girl, another one was the old man with the goggle, which that's the one who ended up winning the game when Icy did what he did in the Astro Express. It was that old man. He won. But when they showed him winning in the Saprima trailer, he was young. Um, but yeah, then he did that. Then he became Icy. Then the Omen Vanguards. Then he went to Nanook's planet. He gave the little boy a golden rose. Which I wonder who the hell that little boy is. Everyone in the trailer is someone important. So that means that little boy is important also. I just don't know who he is. And I swore I think I read something. Like in Nanook's planet, someone received a rose. But I'm not 100% sure. I had to find it somewhere. But anyways, then he gave him the rose. Nanook ascended. Um, then he became Ravager. Then the die appeared. Now that's his head. And then he met Rizuki. I don't know if he did any other stuff in between. Most likely he did. We just don't know. They didn't show it in the trailer. Um, but then he met Rizuki. He killed him. And it took his identity to be a father to Himiko. How the hell does all of this connect to killing Elation? I don't understand it. So, aha. Okay, I'm trying to piece all the stuff together. And that's also the thing. Because like I said, I don't even think Aha has been in the Starlight universe. I still think he's sitting on the imaginary tree, staring into the void. So it might be him inside of Nihility. But that's a different thing. But in the game, it said Aha, or quote unquote Aha, stole the Prime module, which that's fucking insane, from Veracity. I can't believe he did that. Even if it wasn't actually Aha and it was someone else, that's even crazier. Like a non-Eon stealing an Eon's primal module and basically losing the path. Now that I say that, it was probably a Saprimon. And that's probably how they were able to seal them and plan Arcadia. Now how the fuck did a Saprimon steal... Even if he is a fragment of Xandar, or a fragment is helping him, how? How the hell would Xandar know that? Well, again, it goes back to Finon. Because he knows what primal module to use for him to basically be the equivalent of Nanook. And now he's a Ravager going against his own path. Destruction, destroying destruction. Yo, Xandar... Do you know what I'm really realizing right now? Destruction is not our main enemy in Star Rail. It's not Destruction, it's not the IPC as much as I hate them. It's not the Genius Society, I hate them too. It's not Ravagers, it's not Harmony, it's not the Stellarons, it's the actual villain. It looks like it's Xandar. I think that's our true villain. Xandar One Kuwabara. I think that's our true villain. Oh, that was also one of my points. Because, oh god. Oh my god, dude, I sidetracked so badly. I never even finished that original thought. Because I was talking about the Amphorius is a little cosmos of the real cosmos. And then I was using the example of Finon being deliverer to destruction, just like Nanook was trailblazed to destruction. and then Cyrene, her at the end being fully, because finality happened, the same way that the real fully would appear when finality happens. And Lycus, which is a Xandar fragment, is just an observer. Well, he does much more, but he lets things happen, he does things, something happens to him, he adapts, and then he still just lets it happen. He just watches. Wow. Dude, I am so glad I went down this rabbit hole. I am realizing so much stuff. Xandar is our enemy. I know in the beginning of the game, Kafka says that but that's not in the beginning. That's in the Cienjo. But still, in the beginning of the game, Kafka tells us that our main enemy is quote unquote destruction. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate. I think our main enemy is Xandar. Xandar is literally like 50 times worse of like what Dottore did. Which I'm gonna get to Dottore because that's how I figured. Well, it started with the Cerista's son, and then I was realizing other stuff. Then I was rereading some stuff, and then I realized Project Stuzha, and I understand the Fatui Harbinger rankings. It's not power level. That's not what it is. The Fatui rankings is not power level. It's like symbolic to what fate is in Tibet. But before I go down that rabbit hole, um, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Star Rail. I mean, there'll probably be some more stuff in the future. They'll probably show some more trailers. The live stream will be this Friday, so that will be something. Then that trailer. Um, but yeah. Yeah. Xandar is our number one enemy. And it also makes sense. Because um uh the last Euphorius update with Cyrene. With Cyrene ascended to fully Iron Tomb did what he did, all that stuff. In that update, there was a code. I wonder if that code still works. If anybody didn't do it. But there was a redemption code. I don't remember. I think it was Omega? Something like that. Maybe it was Omega. I'm not entirely sure. But there was a redemption code during that time, and even a little after. Even in the beginning of Plan Arcadia, I know people were saying that code still works. So that's what I'm saying. I wonder if it still works now. But anyways, with me saying that, when you use that specific code, you claim the rewards. I don't even remember what was on it. And then it gives you like a message. And the message is from a Xandar fragment. And that Xandar fragment refers himself as Omega. So maybe a Xandar himself, or maybe the top Xandar fragment. I'm not exactly sure. I know it's speculated. There's a reason why I say speculated, because of the history fictionologist. But Polka doesn't really miss a target, because it says Polka killed Xandar, but by then he already transferred his consciousness throughout, so it's a tiny bit slippery slope, a little bit. Kind of just think of it as like Phanes. Like Phanes died and then became the Abyss sibling. And yes, I'm still sticking with that theory. That theory is even much stronger now. Um, but yeah. But yeah, I think that's like what it is. And then Wuwa, which that's literally the first thing I was talking about. Then I got sidetracked to Star Rail and then everything else. But yeah, dude, that electro power, oh my god. That is like a dream come true. Ever since the Cardathea fight, I've always wanted to be in a fight using all three attributes: Spectral, Arrow, and Havoc. I loved that fight so much. That is one of my favorite fights in all of gaming. That right there. Rover using all three powers against Cardathea. And with Electro, it's not exactly the same, but it's sort of the same. Because it does intertwine Spectro, Havoc, and Arrow in Electro's moveset. So I can't wait, man. It looks so good. Yang Yang, um, the other girl, which might be the sister. Um, they showed the in-game models in a trailer. I didn't see the whole trailer, but like I said, I'm like so far behind. I need to watch all these live streams and trailers. The only ones I've watched fully in its entirety was the Death of Elation, the two Sandrones, and the Shesnaya thing that came out. But everything else, no. Even the Honkai Nexus, which, um, there's a beta that people could sign up for. There was previously a beta that some people leaked some stuff. And I know in one of the new trailers they showed Blade, and people were talking about Blade, saying that his animations were different. Um, listen, listen. I said a while back ago there was something that I was in and I cannot talk about, and I still can't. So I cannot confirm or deny about Blade's animation changing. Um, and if I had to guess, I'm pretty sure other people's animations also changed. and they didn't realize it. But I'll just leave it at that. So do with that with what you will. But anyways, there's a new beta that they're doing, and that looks really good. You know how I am. I would like to talk about theories about everything. I literally talked about theories about when when they showed that like 20 something minute gameplay of the other new Hoyoverse game, uh, Varsapura, which translates to City of Rain. I already gave a theory about that and Honkai Nexus during that time also. Um, this time around, you know, you know, if I had to take a guess, I guess I could get a lot of stuff pretty accurately, and some of them I did. So you will have to find that old VOD on YouTube. So, but yeah. Um, I think that's basically it. I'm trying to think of anything else. Um, I know Neverness Tavernus is coming out with a new permanent mode. A lot of people was excited for it. I have no idea what it is, but a lot of people said it's good. Or it's gonna be game changing. I did see the two new girls. They look pretty cool. Especially the what's her name? Shinku, I think. She kind of has like a demon form. Well, to me, it kind of looks like a demon form, and it's not a costume. I know a lot of people thought it was a costume, but it's almost kind of like a frenzy state, if you will. Um, trying to think. Oh, oh my god, dude, you know, oh Lord, dude, the banners and Wuthering Waves. Oh my god, why did they not do that during the anniversary? I do not understand why did they not put the 7 like rerun people in the anniversary update. They're putting them where we're going to a brand new region with highly anticipated characters that everyone should be getting, both of them, especially Yang Yang 5-star. We've been like dying for that. Now the next one would be Scar, Cristofaro for me, but Cristofaro came out a little earlier. I mean later. I'm talking about like day 1 people. Yang Yang 5-star. Day 1 or like year 1. Yang Yang, Scar, Genshu Lin. During that time for Lofa. But for Lofa's playable now. And now, if you include last year and this year, still Scar, Genshu Lin, Yang Yang is coming out, Like I said, Frolova already came out, and Cristofaro. Cristofaro better be playable. I hope he's playable. I'll be so mad if he isn't. But anyways, speaking of the people being playable, so yeah, a highly anticipate, literally the poster child of Wuthering Waves, Yang Yang, is coming out, 5-star version. Then probably his sister. I don't know her relations to the blonde woman. Both highly anticipated. More so Yang Yang. And then you have Dr. Luke, which he is god tier. I love him. I need to pull him. Yang Yang is the priority. And then Luke. And then Lene, which Lene is literally like Chisa. These guys come out like every single month. like, like, I don't know what's their obsession with rerunning Chisa like 5 times since she like came out. And Lene is basically now the same thing. She's rerunning like the 5th time. These guys are like constantly like back-to-back updates. I don't understand it. But anyways, she's having a rerun again. And then the second phase is the blonde woman. I don't remember her name. And then you have another highly anticipated rerun, IMF. You have her, and then you have the 7 reruns. You have Jin Yang, Jin Shi, the other girl that starts with a J, I believe Yen Lin. You have like all of the Jinjo people coming out. And so many people want them also. Because they don't have them. Like, bro, why did they think that was a good idea? To have one of the most anticipated 5-star to date, the poster child of the game, the potential sibling of that poster child, then Dr. Luke, anticipated rerun, Lene, she comes out like every single month, IMF, a really high anticipated rerun, and then the Jinjo people. Like, dude, that's insane, man. I can't believe they did that. That's so cruel. That's truly cruel. You have all those people in a single update. That's crazy, man. Unbelievable. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I think honestly I think that's that. I think everything is kind of just like little random stuff. Like I've been getting, which I know I've said this before, but I've been watching, well, learning, semi-watching, more like anime stuff. So I know about Monster and Johan. That guy is a psychopath. That guy is crazy. I did hear that the ending is just not good because we don't know like his true name or something. But I don't know if that's actually a thing. Speaking of that, is that also like a comic book or manga, whatever? I wonder. Because you know Guts, Berserk. They, I don't know if the book came out first, and then the show, or the show, then the book, and then the show that they did like in 2015 or something like that, which people said it was horrible, so I'm not going to bother watching that one. But I know they still do the mangas to this day, because recently they revealed that Guts and Griffith is basically one of the same. They're like a mirror of each other, if you will. Both creatures of the abyss, as that woman said. I forgot her name. Which makes sense, because it also reminded me of the theory that I saw like a long time ago. When I basically knew next to nothing. I will only know like some names or whatever. But I saw someone made a comment in someone's video, and the theory said that Guts will be Skull Knight, and Griffith would be um like the head guy of the evil people. I forgot their name. And that's basically them from like the future, if you will. Like that's literally them. But anyways, so yeah, I've heard about Monster, Lord of Mysteries, which is funny because Polka Kakamon should be in that Lord of Mysteries. She makes no damn sense. If she's Zero, then everything becomes so much clearer, which I think she might be Zero. As, especially for this simple fact. Because her destroying her portraits, sculptures, everything. I mean, that could be very possible, but to destroy it digitally also, and do everything all like at one time, that literally makes no sense. Unless if you're like some ether editing, like god tier hacker, which Zero is, then that will make sense for her to be Zero. But if she's not Zero, then I literally don't even. I'm like even more confused because I have no idea who the hell she could be. I literally have no clue. And it's not like Kafka's gonna tell us, because I know Kafka knows who Polka is, because I guarantee you Polka was a Stellaron hunter. She had to be 100%. There's no other way for her to know all that finality stuff if she wasn't a Stellaron hunter. But yeah. Um yeah, and then just some other anime stuff that I can't think of. Like I know some names, but I don't even know where they're from. Like I know a lot of people say Beatrice is like a god tier villain, but I don't even know where she's from or why she's such a great villain. Beatrice. That name sounds villainous. But yeah, alright. I think that's all basically it. Okay. We're gonna do it like this. so I don't confuse myself, because I know I'm going to, because I'm gonna jump all over the place. I'm gonna start with the rankings, and then I'm gonna go to Stuzha, and then talk about whatever pops in my head with that. And then I'll talk about the Shaznaya trailer. Because I know there's this thing going around saying that the guy who has like the star thing in his neck, it kind of looks like the Tacet mark from Wuthering Waves. It's an interesting look. But I'm pretty sure that's because of his connection to Asmodee. So, with that being said, I think I probably also figured that part out. And because I know a lot of people saying that they remind him, or they seeing him reminds them of Nouvelle, and I think that's supposed to be like that because I'm pretty sure he's the Cryo Dragon. I think he's the reborn Cryo Dragon, and I'll get into that later. And then I'm pretty sure I can figure out kind of everybody else. But okay, so okay, let's do it like this. So you have Celestia, right? So you have oh my god, I was talking and I had to like hiccup. I had to hiccup and I felt like I had to cough, that's why I stopped. I still feel like I have to cough. I don't want to be talking and then just end up choking. Okay, I think I'm good. Okay, so at Celestia, the rankings is Phanes, Shades, Angels, Archons. I think these are the rankings. Phanes, Shades, no doubt, 100%. And I put Angels above the Archons. That might be wrong. It could be Archons and then Angels. But I think Phanes would put the Angels first since they're literally quote unquote his children. So I think he will put his quote unquote children first since they're the people who's supposed to guide humanity. I think it will be angels and then archons because archons don't guide humanity. Archons are just gods. I mean, they could sort of guide humanity. But the whole point of angels is them leading humanity to the quote unquote promised land, if you will, which would be Celestia. And then you have the other gods, and then everybody I think is just beneath them. Which, like the Salt God, the Jade God. I can't remember all these people's names. But I think all of them is basically within the same boat. And then the Moon Emissaries and stuff like that. The Wolf and Mondstadt, like I said, all that other stuff. And then beneath them will be, the people who rebel against Celestia, which they're not included in the rankings. But there's a reason why I mentioned them, rebelling against Celestia. Okay, so now, not including the Sarista and Piero, but just going from 1 to 11. So 1 is Capitano, and he has will. And remember earlier, even though I was talking about something else different, but it's will that makes like humans like basically powerful. You know, like the example I use of Pearl can't be quote unquote Graphia. Oh, I forgot to mention that. The reason why I was saying quote unquote Graphia is because I believe Nihilux is the quote unquote Graphia who created the Imagine, who created the canvas and a canvas and all that other stuff. I think it was Nihilux that did it, not not the redhead Graphia that we saw that ended up being uh, an abomination of destruction. But anyways, back to the people's will. So like Phanes is a descender because he has the will, even though he stole all that power. But still, it's the will. And then the second descender, it's the will. The third descender and the fourth descender. So all common traits that the four descenders have is the will. Is the will to change fate, break fate, rewrite fate, destroy fate, is anything like that. So, with that being said, Capitano has. Okay. Because, again, it's not the power. It's not like Capitano is equivalent to Phanes because of their power level. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's Capitano is equivalent to Phanes because of their representation that they both have. And both of them has the will. So that's what I think rankings are based on. I think the Sarista and Piero rank the Harbingers based on what they would think is equivalent to the people in Celestia. I think that's what it is. Hopefully that makes sense and that it's not too confusing. But again, it's Capitano's will that's the equivalent of Phanes' will. It's not the power level because obviously Phanes would be stronger than Capitano. Even if Phanes is just a fraud. He never had any true power. I've been saying that for a while now. That's a whole different discussion. But anyways, both of them has the will, right? And then Dottore will be almost like Phanes again. So, okay. It's I'm thinking like in my head, but like saying it out loud is like it sounds like it's gonna make it really confusing. So again, Capitano is the willpower. So the willpower is almost equivalent to a descender. So a descender will be the strongest being in Tibet, right? So then Capitano is first. And then second is Dottore, because Dottore he like it's not really will, it's reason. That's kind of the best way to put it. Like the same way Fanny's uses reason to, or quote unquote reason to do all the crap that he did, which that's a whole different thing. I'm not gonna go too much into every equivalent thing because then it's just gonna be all over the place. But I'll just say what it's equivalent to and then, going from there. But again, so Capitano is the will, so it's like almost like equivalent to a Descender's will, so he's number one. Then Dottore is reason. That's why he used like science and knowledge, and he was able to basically transcend fate, break his own fate. Well, in some ways, I would say he broke his own fate and broke fate of Tibet, which I will bring that up in later. So yeah, he's like equivalent to Phanes and like what Phanes did as reason, not having the will as a descender. So hopefully that makes sense. It's descender's will always be on top, and then reason, and then third is Columbina. And the reason why she's third is because she's basically the equivalent of Nubelong. And since Descender's will, well, even though I think Nubelong might be the second Descender, but since it's the Descender's will and reason that's above Nubelong, which is Phanes, because Phanes quote unquote defeated Nubelong. I honestly think they both died. That's a whole different discussion. But according to the stuff we know in the game, Phanes quote unquote defeated Nubelong. So Nubelong, even though Nubelong was the original authority of Tibet, but since Phanes came to Tibet and overthrew everything and changed everything with quote unquote reason, then that's why Columbina is number 3. You see what I'm like trying to say? It's kind of like the structure of Celestia and the structure of the Harbingers is supposed to kind of like sort of be equivalent, but not exactly. It sounds really kind of confusing. I'm like saying this and it sounds really, really more and more confusing. Okay, just forget the whole equivalent thing. Well, equivalent of Celestia and Fatui seeing like mirroring each other, even though that's basically what it is. Because like I said, Descender's will, then reason, both overthrew Nubelong, changed everything of Tibet, so that Nubelong would be number 3. So that's why Columbina is number 3. And since she's the true moon goddess, which has the authority of all 3 moons, just like Nubelong had the authority of all 3 moons, that's why she's, again, number 3. Then number 4 is Arlecchino, and Arlecchino has the moon marrow of death with the Crimson Moon. And the Crimson Moon, obviously, Renova is copied of the Crimson Moon. So Arlecchino is the equivalent of death. And that's why her weapon is a skiff also. Or scythe, however you pronounce it. So that's why she's number 4. Then number 5 is... Who is number 5? Oh, it's the Rooster. And the Rooster, he's the mayor of Sheznaya. So I think in Project Stuzha, one of the things, because I think Project Stuzha is a whole entire process, which that's why I said I want to go through the rankings first, so then it will kind of make sense when I talk about Project Stuzha, because I think it's a process. It's not a one-time thing. But anyways, so the Rooster, since he's the mayor, I think he's going to, if you will, kind of be like Nicole in terms of guiding humanity to like the quote unquote promised land, if you will. Or like a new age of enlightenment. I don't know, some crap like that. You know, basically like what Nicole did previously. And then she met the Voyager, and that's a whole other thing. So, I think the Rooster is going to be like that. And he's going to possibly unite all 7 nations. Right? And then you have Wanderer. And then Wanderer, basically, if you will, kind of almost something similar to like Nicole and other angels. That he guides people into their new I don't want to really say fate because well I mean for now let's just put it like new destined fate, if you will, like him saving Durin, him even saving the Traveler from Dottore, from his evil god self in Sumeru. Even going into Irminsul and helping with Dottore's experiments. He's like guiding people. Because then Dottore was able to create the segments with that. I've been through that so many times, I'm not going to redo that right now. Because I'm going to just end up going on a whole different rabbit hole. So, he's basically almost like another angel, if you will. And then 7, you have Marionette. And her, I think she's going to be the new pioneer that they keep mentioning, like with the moon. So she's gonna like bridge the gap between the new like rulership and anything else, like in the future, like from the abyss or whatever. And then she'll be like kind of like the middleman, almost. Like I said, kind of like bridge the gap. This is a little bit of a weird thing. Hers will definitely make way more sense when the update comes out. Because I really think she's going to be the new pioneer. Because what I think for the pioneer that they keep talking about now, I think is Jacob doing stuff with New Belong and Alan or Renee. Basically bridging the gap from the abyss and or from like a true godlike figure like Phanes, or again like the abyss, because basically one of the same, and like a scientist person, which Alan or Renee, and then merge them together, and then you get all this other shit. So I think that's what she is. She's gonna be the new pioneer. And then number 8. Number 8 is... Who is number 8? Oh my god, why can't I remember? 1 is the captain, 2 is Dottore, 3 is Colombina, 4 is Arlecchino, 5 is Rooster, 6 is Wanderer, 7 is Sandrone, 8. Oh my god, who the hell is 8? Who is 9? 10 is missing. Oh, I'm dumb. It's Signora. Oh my god. Yeah, that's who 8 is. Okay, with her, I think in Project Stuzha, because like I said, it's a whole process. It's not a one-time thing. So in Project Stuzha, for number 8, I think she is gonna be resurrected. I really, really think she's gonna be resurrected. Because they showing her way too many times in trailers. They keep showing butterflies around her. Even though that don't mean too much, but usually I know they hint at stuff like that, like as some type of like quote unquote rebirth. So I think not Sanjori, Signora is gonna get rebirthed, almost like a phoenix. But I really don't know what's the equivalent of like celestial rule to that, or like any other like god rulership or whatever. Not only Celestia, because Nubelung's not Celestia. I don't know, I'm not sure. But anyways, that's that. Um, and then 9 is Pantalone. And I think he, again, this is why I say it's not power level that's equal. It's like what they represent that's like equal. Because I think he's equal to Zhongli in terms of Mora. Since Zhongli created Mora, and he's the god of Mora and god of contracts and all that stuff, then Pantalone, he basically almost has like all the wealth of Tibet. So, if you will, he's like the god of wealth. God of wealth. I said that, I'm thinking of Star Rail. Bro, my brain would be all over the place. But anyways, so Pantalone would be like the equivalent of like God of Mora, because he just has so much money and he can have influence over almost everything. And he does contracts, so again, not power level, because Zhongli is like 5 billion times stronger than Pantalone, so is not even in the same like 400 galaxies near each other. It's nowhere near like that. And then 10 is missing. I have no idea who the hell 10 is. I really don't know. It could be Deluxe's father. It could be Saved for the Traveler. It could be Saved for the Abyss sibling, or it is the Abyss sibling. It could be Ryan Daughter, since Sarista and Ryan Daughter was playing chess. And since Ryan Daughter is in every other crazy ass group, she could be in the Fatui. I really don't know. 10 is just 10. And honestly, it really don't matter too much. It's Child. Even though he's number 11. But he's the most important one to me. So him being number 11, makes sense. And again, like I said, this is why I went through the rankings first. So when I talk about Stuzha, it could make sense. So, okay. Like I said before, I don't want to go too thin because I'm gonna start confusing myself, and I don't want to confuse anybody else. And I felt like I did a pretty well solid explaining it, even though I went through a little hiccups. The rankings of the Harbingers would be almost the equivalent of rankings to Celestia. So they would mirror each other in what they represent, not the power level, just only in stuff they represent. Again, Descender's Will, Reason, uh, then you have New Belong, and stuff like that. Not all Celestia, but basically Fate. Let's just say it like that. Let's just put it as Fate, since Tibet is uh trapped in Fate. Let's just say Fate and not Celestial, so it don't get confusing. Since Fate will mirror each other, Descenders will, Reason, New Belong, Death, and so on and so on. Since regular humans were made last, because Phanes, he made the angels and the shades again with no real power because he just did it with the spaceship, stealing it from the traveler. But I'm not gonna dwell on that too much because that's its own rabbit hole. But anyways, so saying that, uh, and he just mimicked the stuff that was already in Tibet, the shades, moons, angels, moon emissaries, and so on. So since Phanes did the shades, the angels, archons, other gods, um, and then he made the humans last, right? So with the Sarista and Piero, with them choosing child last, that would be because he's the equivalent of Phanes creating the humans last. So now with Project Stuzha, think of it like flipped backwards now, or upside down. Okay, just hear me out. I know it's gonna sound a little crazy. But now with the Traveler, since the Traveler has done so much, and so many people have broken Fate, changed Fate, literally destroyed Fate, Dottore, with the Irminsul tree. Even though I don't think it's entirely destroyed, but a majority of it is. Um, Making gods break their own rules, like the shades, all that stuff. And since the Sarista is going against Celestia, so now with the rankings and Project Stuzha, I think it will be turned upside down. So child would be 1, 10 would be 2, Pantalone will be 3, and it will be like that all the way till you get to the captain. And I think it would be like that because if she's going against Celestia and transcending fate, in order to transcend fate, you would have to use fate itself. and you would have to use fate itself to destroy it. While okay, it was starting to make sense in my head, but now it's okay. So again, Tibet itself is fate, is a prison, right? Called fate. This is all just a prison. And since Celestia has like a power scaling thing of all powerful beings, again, Thales, uh, Nubelong, even though Nubelong is not in Celestia, but oh my gosh, okay. Again, it's just Tibet the prison itself of fate, right? uh Phanes came and then created this whole thing, and then fate happened. So when fate happened, now everyone is trapped and it's in the prison. Um so now it's just like a power scaling of who's the strongest trapped under this fate. So it'll be Phanes, Nubelong, Shades, Moons, and all the other stuff, right? So if the Sarista and Piero is mimicking fate from 1 through 11, then with Project Stuzha using 1 through 11, they will use that same thing, the Harbingers, to go against fate itself, to destroy fate. Does that, hopefully that made sense, right? And now since she's using her quote unquote version of fate to destroy Tevet's fate, which again, let's just consider like the power structure level of everyone trapped in this prison of Tevet, then it will be using their, it will be using Phanes' fate against himself by using the Fatui. Dude, this sounds like really confusing. But basically, it will be flipped upside down. So now Child will be the strongest. The 10, whoever the hell the 10 is, Pantalone, and the rest, right? Now since Child is being taught by Skirk, and Skirk was taught by one of the five sinners, and they're looking for the third descender, that I think Child will become the strongest human out of Tibet, and then he will basically become a descender. And then 10, let's just leave that blank because we don't know. And then you have Pantalone, which again, he does Mora and contracts and whatnot. So now, he will be the new god of contracts, if you will. And everything in Tibet will be transactional. It won't be like bounded to fate. Then Signora will just rise from the ashes. Again, Sandrone will be the pioneer. So it will be, she will be bridging the gap between the new quote unquote rulership of the Futui Harbingers with everybody else in Tibet and anything else, like the Abyss Wise or people like Outworlders coming into Tibet. She'll be like the middleman. Then Wanderer will still be guiding people, like the same way he guided Durin. for him to stop being evil Durin to be the Durin that we know now. Then Arlecchino will be responsible for death, but her version of death would be an actual justice death, not a Renova death. Like when Renova went to Connery and just killed everyone, that was not justice. That was just psychotic. That was like, no wonder why this Sarisa wants to kill her. But anyways, yeah. So Arlecchino would be like a justice, if you will, and then oh, I forgot the rooster. The rooster will be the one leading humanity in this new Fatui ruled world. So he'll be almost like the mayor of everything. And then of course Arlecchino's justice, uh, justice death, if you want to put it like that, I guess. And then Conlabina, again, she would be like a new belong. Then Dottore will be just actually I'm not too sure about that one. Because if he would mimic Phanes and be Reason, and if Project Stuzha is using her version of quote-unquote fate to destroy fate itself, like actual fate, I guess he would just end up being like my daughter. It would be actual quote-unquote reason, I guess. Because now Celestia's old rule is destroyed. So he would just be reason now. Like an actual reason. And then the captain, he would just still have the will. But it won't be a Descender's will. Because there'll be no need for Descenders anymore. Because again, the Sarista and Piero is using the Harbingers to destroy fate itself. By having their own version of fate. Hopefully that made sense, and that wasn't so confusing. Because basically, hopefully I don't screw it up and make it more confusing. If it was any confusing before. Basically, right now, you have Tevet trapped in the prison, right? Which is Fate. Fate is what's keeping everything prisoned in Tevet. And that was because of Phanes. Phanes came, changed Nubelong's rules, and then he started just mimicking everything that Nubelong did. Nubelong came back, they went to war, assumingly they both died. We don't know, I just say that. But Celestia still, quote-unquote, won. So now, they changed everything, like, permanently. So, you have the Descender's will, you have his reason to his will, then you have the stuff he created, which is shades, angels, archons, other gods, humans. And then with the Charista and Piero, they mimic the same thing. A will that's just as strong as a Descender's will, a Condrian will. And Capitano has that mechanical heart. So that's even stronger than a... He basically does have a Descender's will, now that I think about it. Like an actual literal Descender's will. I wonder if all harbingers will technically be considered. No, no, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Anyways, Captain represents Fanny's descenders' will. Dottore is the reason to the will. Columbina is New Belong. Arlecchino is Renova. Rooster, Nicole. Wanderer. I guess you could say Nicole's guidance. Well, no. It'll probably be Roosters is Nicole's guidance. And then Wanderer would just be Roosters. I don't know. You basically know what the hell I'm getting at. They like represent people that is basically just fate itself in that structure. And yes, New Belong is of fate itself. Because he came back with the Abyss. He brought the Abyss to Tibet. That was a fate. Especially the Voyager told him that Tibet was going to be destroyed. So, and I'm pretty sure Voyager planted the Irminsul tree. But that's a whole different subject. And I don't think that has anything to do with Shesnaya or Project Stuzha. I think Project Stuzha, like I said, is the Cerista's quote-unquote fate against, or her version of creating fate against Fanny's version of creating fate. That's all I think it is. And that's why I think it's a long process. Because honestly, Project Stuzha most likely started when Piero told the Harbingers to collect the Fatui. I mean, when Piero told the Harbingers to collect the Gnosis, I think that right there is what started Project Stuzha. You know, something like I don't like equivalating stuff because my brain is like all over the place, and I was talking about Star Rail for so long. But you know how we all thought that Iron Tomb was the beginning of the fourth instant? Um, well, no, it was there was something else. No. It was the death of Noose was the fourth instant, but the birth of Iron Tomb was actually the beginning of the fourth instant. That's what it was, or something like that. But yeah, everyone assumed something, and then it was wrong. That the actual beginning of the fourth instant was Iron Tomb's death, not uh, or Iron Tomb being born, not something else. So I think it's the same thing with Project Stuzha. I don't think when we get to Cesnaya and whatever happens when we first get there, that's not Project Stuzha, or that's not the beginning of it. I think the actual beginning of it was when, again, Piero told the Harbingers to go and collect the Gnosis. That was the beginning of Project Stuzha. And then them also ranking the Harbingers very specifically, that's like equivalent to a ranking of fate in Tibet. I don't want to keep saying Celestia, even though most of it's Celestia, but then you have New Belong, and New Belong's not Celestia, so it just makes it more confusing. So just think of it as Cerista's own version of creating fate against Fanny's own version of creating fate. And then when Project Stuzha is like really like near the end, then it like flips over upside down, and then Child would be like a perfect human trained by the perfect killers by the Fowl and Skirk. So he will literally become the strongest human. So then from 11 it will be 1, and then like I said, 10 would be 2, 3 would be Pantalone, all the way down. Because now Tevet is not trapped in Thane's like little prison that he called Fate. So a Descender's will won't mean anything in Sarista's new rulership. That everything in its entirety, that is Project Stuzha. So that's exactly what I think it is. And uh, one of the reasons I think that, besides all the other stuff I said, because in the trailer, when they talk about transcending fate, she talks specifically about like not really being mad at everything, but being mad at the choices that gods do and call it quote unquote blessings. And then, Renova turns around and that whole iconic scene between them two staring at each other happens. So you have that, and then you have her child, who probably is Conrian. I don't know why his Conrian eyes is different though, but that's a whole nother thing. Um, yeah, and then you have Renova, who was looking at the picture and then she cut it. She took out the third descender. So I think all. Oh, actually, that's not everything because there's more stuff to it. Because I forgot about Piero and Sarista. Because even though they're not numbered in the rankings, obviously they have much bigger roles than the rankings or the numbers and rankings. So with again everything being flipped over and a child being 1, being the perfect strongest human, almost like a Descender's will, but not a Descender, because now there's no need for a Descender. So that's why Captain will be 11, and then, like I said before, 10, 2, and all the other stuff. So with the Sarista going against Renova, that is a bit tricky, because obviously that's also Project Stuzha, and I think she's going to manufacture herself being the 5th Descender, since there's not a fully fate of Tibet, because Irminsul was destroyed. Now the Sarista, since she's not bounded by quote unquote fate because of Irminsul, now she could use that will that she has to become a 5th Descender. And I think with her becoming the 5th Descender, she will kill Renova. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I'm just saying her intentions. She will kill Renova, and then Piero would just, I don't know, probably like imprison her soul or something. Or who knows? He'll probably do some crazy shit and eat the soul, just like Rhine Daughter ate Nabiri's soul. So, I don't know. But yeah, the Sarista's role in the whole entire thing of Project Stuzha, I think she's gonna be the fifth descender, or if you will, the equivalent to a new Phanes, but one that doesn't imprison everyone, one who gives people freedom, who gives love, since she's the goddess of love. Oh, speaking of goddess of love, I actually like how they showed the child, because everyone assumed a little bit of me too, but love don't only mean like in a relationship type of thing. Love could literally be anything. So I don't know why a whole bunch of people was like one shocked and two like kind of disappointed that there's not going to be like a romantic type of relationship thingy. Because again, like I said, that's not the only type of love that there is. And besides, a parent's love is 10 times way more stronger than a love of like a wife or girlfriend or boyfriend or husband or whatever. So I'm glad they went with showing her being a mother. But anyways, yeah, I don't know why people were like so thing about that. But yeah, now she will manifest as actually a god of love or goddess of love, whatever. Not one who's keeping love to her heart that she hates the whole world because her son was killed. So, and Piero is just an observer. You know who Piero would be in this situation? Piero would be the Voyager. Because the Voyager came to Tibet, uh, most likely Panther Irminsul, talked to Nubalong, left, came back, was looking for Nubalong, seen that everything changed, met the met Nicole, told Nicole the truth. They waged war. They could have won, but obviously stuff happened. I don't know what. But yeah, so all this stuff happened. So with Piero, Piero would be almost like the Voyager towards the Sarista. Just without the falling in love part and all that stuff. But the fact that they both want to kill Renova and they both want to destroy Celestia's rule, break fate. So, in terms of that, it's the same as Nicole and the Voyager. Because, like I said, like 50,000 times already, it's not the power level that's the equivalent, it's the representation. And with Piero, him being like an observer, which that's what the Voyager is, even though the Voyager interfered, which I'm not entirely sure about that. I mean, I'm not entirely sure why they did that. Um, Maybe they needed to keep on recording Tibet for whatever reason, but I don't know. But anyways, with the Lazo night or winter night thing, when Piero walks in the room with the chessboard, I believe a piece moves. Or maybe it don't. No, I think it does. It moves automatically. And then Signora's little butterfly thing come and lands on the piece. And Piero just stands and just watches. He doesn't move a piece. He doesn't say anything, he just watches. So, almost like an observer. Which, that's what the Voyager originally does, because the Voyager is a chronicler. Yeah, the whole thing of people saying that the Voyager's a descender makes no sense. It literally says, hold on, that I could show. Because that won't be a gigantic rabbit hole. Like the Wanderer creating or helping create the segments. Oh, wrong thing. Where? Oh. Let's see, is it this one? Okay, it's the right artifact set. Uh, no, this is not the right artifact set. It's this artifact set. Because the super conduit one talks about the king of the Fays and Oxina, which I'm pretty sure that's the eighth. That's the eighth witch, and that also is gonna lead to the dude with the stars on his neck. I forgot all those people's names. I think it's Noi. I think that's his name. The one that everyone thinks is gonna be like another Nouvellette, which it's pretty accurate. I think that's exactly who it is. Another Nouvellette. Um. Okay. Observe, calculate, record, and describe. Okay. The chroniclers, the descendants of the ancients, remain faithful to their mission, engraving every star into memory. And this Voyager, newly awakened from the void, was but one among those countless chroniclers. See? It's not a descender. She's just an observer. See? Literally says it up top. Observe, calculate, record, and inscribe. Every world within the reach of wisdom is being engraved into the eyes of the void. That's literally what just chroniclers do. Yeah, and then the bottom one is talking about uh, she called on memories long coincide to dust, memories of how once upon a time she had visited the sovereign who ruled that world. That's New Belong. Where had its former master gone? That's when New Belong left Tibet. And why had the new descender built the shell that bound all life within? Again, that's fate. That's why I keep referring to fate as the prison. The the chronicler's kind abided by ancient laws, one of which was to never interfere with what they observed. Well, unfortunately, she did the opposite. But yeah, see? So she's not a descender. I don't know why everyone keeps, well, not everyone, but a lot of people keeps saying that the Voyager is a descender. That makes no sense. But yeah, Piero's the equivalent to the Voyager. He's just an observer. and him watching the chess piece game, that honestly tells you a lot. It might not seem like nothing, but that's a lot. Because the game is between two rules of fate, which now we know is Rhine-Daughter, and Rhine-Daughter Celestia, because of Nefarious. Even though she's doing her own little scheme with the sinners, but that's a different subject. It's just the fact that she's a shade, and she's merged with Nefarious. So her playing against the Sarista means it's two sides of each fate going against each other. And Piero, again, just watching. Because I'm pretty sure the first game that we saw with uh, with the Lazo Winter Night was most likely between the Sarista and Rhine-Daughter. I guarantee you it's the same thing. It, or it was Dumb 2 playing. And her chess piece is now on the board. The Hydros is off, Dendro is off, but the Dendro is off but is standing up. Hydro is tilted, like laying down. And I think that symbolizes that the authority is broken. Um, Mavuka's piece is not even there because it was destroyed. Which I don't even know why people believed in the theory that Pantalone secretly had the Pyronoces. Like, how the hell would he have that? But anyways, hers is completely destroyed. It's not even on the chessboard or outside of the chessboard. Electro is there. Again, Cryo is on the board. Geo is on the board. I'll explain that. Um, and Animal is tilted the same way that the Hydro one is tilted or laying down, if you will. And that is because of the third descender. Because the 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 third descender is pre-Venti. Like, oh, I don't have Venti, so I gotta go here. Like this that we see, this is the what you call it? This is the new version of the third descender. Because it was just like a spirit or a ghost, if you will. Well, let's just say spirit. It was a spirit. And then it came all the way to Mondstadt up here during the Decorabians' rule. And then it got inside. It met the quote unquote Venti that we see now. That Venti died. The spirit became the Venti that we see now. And then that's the Animal Archon. And then the whole thing disappeared, and then the Abyss was approaching, and the Venti played a song that not even Isharoth knew, which shouldn't be possible, but it makes sense if uh, the Venti that we see now is the original third descender. So yeah, I think with them showing the Gnosis laying down like that is because that the authority is going to be destroyed, and Venti is going to reveal himself to be the third descender. So that's what it is. And Zhongli being on the chessboard, that's because of his contract with Celestia. And that I've been saying for months already. That his contract with Celestia is during wartime, he will ascend to quote unquote Phanes and lead the war with Celestia. Because in Conria, he was the one leading the war. So, which that was the Archon War. Which the Archon War was in Conria and other stuff. But yeah. And all these nicknames, Heaven Star and the Golden Child of Celestia, that's literally all what it is. It's because of his contract. When there's like a catastrophic type of war, he will be the quote unquote Phanes of that war. And he will lead Celestia. So that's why he's on the chessboard. So, yeah. We're gonna get a Zhongli and Sarista fight. Or someone in Shesnaya is gonna fight Zhongli. Because Zhongli is gonna come to Shesnaya. That's gonna happen. But yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, um, I really don't understand these theories that people be coming up with. Because it's well known that the Sarista and the third descender was together. So for people to say that the child is Danslif's son, that makes no sense. Because two things. Why would his Conran eyes be white like that if his father, quote unquote, father is Danslif? That doesn't make sense. Just because the Sarista's eyes has like snowflakes in it, like that doesn't mean that the sun, his eyes is gonna have the snowflake things or snowflake star pupil. That doesn't make sense. That really doesn't make sense. Because if you look at Kaya's grandfather and then his son with the Hilichurl, only Hilichurls, only people who become Hilichurls is half Conrians. Because the full-blooded Conrians are just cursed with immortality. So, half Conrians, or not even Conrians, but people who just went to Conria, like visitors basically, they were cursed with becoming a Hilichurl. But anyways, since Kaya's grandfather said that the Hilichurl was a son, obviously he's half Tevet human and half Conrian. And then when you do the whole Luma Fate thing, it shows him. And he has the pupils just like every other Conrian. So it doesn't make sense for the Sarista's son to have a white star pupil if the father really is Danslif. That doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, so that's just one thing. And then another thing that I was seeing, which it makes no sense because that's not even referring to the Sarista. There's a part in the Tevet trailer, like the very first Genshin trailer, like when it's Danslif talking, and then it shows the act numbers, Mondstadt, Leeway, and all the other stuff. At the very end, they talk about, or Danslip talk about like flowers, and that he will remember those flowers because those were like her favorite. And people just came out and was like, "Oh, he's talking about the Sarista because the son is giving the mother, which is the Sarista, a linchpin flower." Like, what? Like, I'm pretty sure he was referring to Lu Ming. And even if he was talking about the Sarista, that does not mean that him and the Sarista are lovers and they have a son. That makes no sense. So how would you explain all the other stuff he said previously regarding the other Archons? Was he in relationships with them also? Like that doesn't make sense. The whole point of Danslip saying all of this stuff is because he already knows the end of the journey in the trailer, not in the game. But in the trailer, he already knows the end of the journey. He's the final boss. So, he's the one that's gonna be trapping both of them, both siblings, or quote unquote siblings, in Tibet. Because he knows that if Phanes leaves, which is secretly the Abyss sibling, that he will just do it probably to Tibet again, or somewhere else. And if the Traveler leaves, then the Abyss sibling would, again, probably just do the same thing all over again that Phanes originally did. So, I'm pretty sure that's why Danslip is the true endgame boss. The one that we're gonna have to fight at the very end. Damn, I just realized that. That means he's not playable. If he's the very last boss fight, he's not playable. I literally just realized that. After all these years hearing about him saying, I'll basically be the last boss fight, and then talk about the sea of flowers, and then it shows two, the two quote unquote twins standing in those sea of flowers. Damn, so because we know all the gods in Genshin, basically almost like not the three. Uh, okay, because earlier I was talking about the three Ravager things. Like every Ravager has like three parts to it. It's like the same thing with the gods in Genshin. But I think it's like more of like titles, and then you do have instances of other beings being connected to the original person. So like like all the archons. You have Zhongli, Morax, Rex Lapis, Beelzebul, A, Eternity, Venti, uh, Barbados, their descender, which probably is Gabriel. Which, funny enough, now that I say that, I think the Sarista's new descender title is gonna be Gabriel also. But anyways, but yeah, everybody has that. And with like New Belong, even though that is like a tiny bit different, that's why I said um, all of them has like a three being thing, and then some of them is like three separate but connected to one. And that is like New Belong, because New Belong created the three moons, and then the three moons are basically him, if you will, just separated in three different parts, I guess, governing a specific thing. Basically, his authority. And then Phanes with the shades. But with Phanes, since I believe he's dead and resurrected as the Abyss sibling, I wonder with New Belong, which I was thinking originally, but then I thought that Danslif and Vedofenir would be reincarnated Phanes, and I thought that for a while until the last Lantern Rite happened, and they were referring to Zhongli as Heaven's Star, and then that when I came out and I was realizing his contract with Celestia, that he will ascend to Phanes only during war, and like catastrophic war. But before that, I was thinking that maybe reincarnated New Belong will be um will be Vedofenir, and it will be Danslif. I don't think that's the case with Vedofenir, but maybe that's the case with Danslif. And if that is the case with Danslif, I don't think reincarnated New Belong is in three different fragments, so three different beings. I think all three is in one, and that's Danslif. That would probably explain his near like omnipotent strength, which is insane. Like nobody else in Conria has that. Only him. The sinners don't have that. Like how? How is that possible? These guys literally transcended fate itself. The first to transcend fate. But yeah, I'm starting to think that. I'm starting to rethink that, but differently. Because Vedofenir is not one of the fragments. None of the sinners are connected to gods. Well, connected to gods in the sense of them being a fragment of a god. That's what I mean. Because even Rhine-Daughter ate Nibirius. So she's not a fragment of Nibirius. Nibirius is now a fragment of Rhine-Daughter. So. But yeah. And again, because fate in this game repeats itself. Because fate, part of fate is destroyed, like Irminsul, but all of fate is not destroyed. Because you still have the constellations, and you still have this shell. I'm pretty sure the constellations is the one that's guarding or withholding the shell together. That's what I think. It's kind of like Irminsul is just like the root, but if the root is destroyed, then the stars would still hold the outer shell, That's what I'm thinking. How Tibet is working right now. So part of Fate is destroyed, which even a part of it is a very big deal. Because with that, like I said, I think the Sarista would become the fifth descender. But with her killing Renova, that might actually be still serving Fate's purpose. So that's why I don't think she's gonna kill her. Even though I secretly hope she does. But I don't think she is. I think Renova is gonna die. Just not by the Sarista. Because if Sarista kills Renova, that would still be intacting their fate. So everything that she's done up to this point has just been fate itself. Or Celestia's rule, or Faney's rule of fate. Not her own rule. Which would be Project Stuzha. Oh, another thing. Um, I believe that the Harbingers want to use Shesnaya as Celestia's resting ground. I also think that's part of Project Stuzha. That if they go to war with Celestia and defeat Celestia, Celestia's burial ground will be Shesnaya, trapped forever in ice. Like I said, Project Stuzha is a gigantic process. It's not a one-time thing. It's like the fourth instance from Star Rail. Um, Trying to think of anything else. I'm like really tired. My brain is kind of all over the place right now. I think that's basically kind of everything. I don't know, it's kind of a much shorter stream, like 3:45. But yeah, I mean, that's basically. Oh, the Shazniah trailer. I almost forgot about that. But before I get into that, I think that's everything. Project Stuzha, the rankings, her own version of fate to destroy Faney's fate, her killing Renova might reset the whole thing back in order of Faney's fate. So I don't think she's gonna kill Renova. Piero might kill Renova though, since Piero is the observer of the Harbingers. Him interfering will be breaking his own quote unquote fate, just like the Voyager broke their own rule when they helped Nicole wage war. So Piero is going to be the one that kills Renova, not the Sarista. Because if the Sarista kills Renova, I think two things. One, I already said, that fate would just reset and it'll be like a permanent thing now. So now she just entrapped everyone, and she did all of this for no reason. And then the second thing, if she kills Renova, she might not get her son back. So, if Piero kills Renova, I think the Cerisa can get the son back. And Fate, her new version of Fate will still be fully intact. And Faney's old Fate will be destroyed. I don't want to keep saying Celestia because it's not fully Celestia. And again, the whole thing about Colin being equally Nubelong, and Nubelong's not part of Celestia, so. I mean, he might be the sun that we see in the sky. That might be his dead body. But, you know. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. The Shaznia trailer. The Shaznia trailer was very good. I know there's a whole big thing about outfits, which honestly I kind of agree with. I mean, I like the outfits, but it is kind of ridiculous that all the men is covered from like basically head to toe, and the woman is like just wearing basically nothing. It's just like, I don't know. And then, you know what's so dumb? I saw people saying, which I will only agree with like 5% of what they said. Oh, if they fully dress them like that, then it's not gonna really get people's attention to the game, and nobody's gonna really be pulling for their banners and yada yada yada, a whole bunch of bullshit. But 5% I could get because, you know, eyes do attract, or outfits attract eyes, and eyes, you know what the hell I mean. You could tell I'm tired. But literally one of the most popular in the game to this day. Oh, I just skipped her. And she's covered in head to toe. So, like, what are you talking about? Like, what? Oh, now that I see her, I wonder if she's gonna get an outfit in the future. I mean, she's literally like an outfit designer. Or a tailor. Same thing. I find that kind of funny. Especially that the next update is the the film festival thing. You would think she will craft that outfit for herself also. But they just did not give her an outfit. I don't know. But yeah, to say that a woman covered in head to toe won't do well in Genshin, that's insanely stupid. Because she's literally one of the best in the game. She's one of the best in everything. Story, fighting, meta, even though I hate meta, I think that shit is just dumb. Outfit, recognition, like, I don't know. But that wasn't even. I brought that up. I don't even. I brought that up just to say that that was one of the big things about the trailer that I do agree with. I don't know why more people is not covered up. It's kind of dumb. But yeah. So um, one of the things I was actually surprised about that I have not seen anyone talk about because in Sandrone's first trailer, when Rosaline, Arlecchino, and Conabina has the tea party, Rosaline comes out and talks about the play that happened at the theater. I forgot what it's called. Um, she mentions the name Valesina, and I was really surprised in the trailer. In the trailer and the post that was made in Hoyo Lab saying everybody's name, because in the trailer they didn't say everybody's name. We only know their names because of the post in Hoyo Lab. They did say like one or two names. But anyways, I'm surprised I did not hear the name or see the name Valesina in any of them. Because with Signora talking about that play, um, and Valesina is basically named in like every single uh like folk folk fairy, oh my god, like fairy tale folk stories thing in Russia. Like Valesina the Grave, Valesina the Fire Witch, Valesina does this with animals, Valesina kills some beast thing. Like there's like a whole bunch of stories, and all of them is named Valesina. Some of them are actually the same Valesina from a different story. Most of them is not. They're just different Valesinas. So Valesinas is like a powerful name, like in Russian folklore. And none of the characters is named Valesina. So I found that weird. But I feel like one of the people's names is not their true name. And one of their true names actually is Valentino. And I think it's the one that actually performs on stage. Because she's kind of like in some like shell thing, and then the shell opens, and it's her kind of like laying down. She's like a performer. I think she's Valentina. I think that's her real name. Because if I'm not mistaken, and actually, let me check real quick. Because I think in Hoyo Lab, because she's actually the same one. No, no, she's not the same one. That's a different person. Actually, hold on. Let me just check this first. Okay, where are all these people's names? Okay. Oh no, it is the same one. Okay, because I was gonna say, in the very beginning of the trailer, when the guy is cleaning his gun and talking to the performer, and the performer is talking about fate and the only way to break fate is to transcend fate. Um, she's actually the same one that was talking to the guy. And she's also the same one that's laying in that like shell thingy, and then the shell opens, and starts performing. Because for some reason I thought the one talking to the guy cleaning his gun was the one with blue hair, but that's not the same one. So my original thing was right. But anyways, I can't even pronounce that name. Void, Void, Void Anesthesia. I don't think that's her real name. I think her real name is Valentina. I think she's Valentina. With her talking about how to break fate, you gotta like transcend fate, and also her being a performer. So, and she's a fae. So, like I said, there's a lot of folklore with that. And the guy that she's working with, I can't even pronounce that dude's name. The guy with the rifle. You know, now that I see that him with a rifle, we already saw him using a pole arm the very first time we saw him in Chesnaya. Like the very first clip of that they showed in Chesnaya when a traveler is fighting some monster looking thing, and then the little guy with a hood comes on and his vision is electro. He has a pole arm. That's the same one that's shooting the rifle. So he better be shooting a gun in his kit, like how Shepard shoots a gun. Because if he only fights with a pole arm, I'm gonna be low key pissed off. But anyways, with him and the performer, there's a story with Valentina um, being surrounded by wolves, and then her and the wolves fight bears and a bunch of other monsters, and then they do some crazy shit. I don't remember the rest of the story. But the reason why I brought that up is because when the guy with the rifle is shooting, and then the tall guy appears, Valerie, I think that's how you say his name, Valerie, which we heard his name before. Because there was an event right over here. Yeah, there was an event right over here that you had to like parry attacks, and when you parry attacks, it will kind of send like the attack back. Like that was the event. The event was 3 fights. It was with a dog. Um, one of these no, one of them was a dog, and then the other two were Fatui members. Well, one of them was. Oh, one of them was this. When you talk to him, he talked about Valerie. I think that's how you say his name. I'm just gonna keep saying Valerie. That might be wrong, but so what? Uh, he talks about Valerie, and with him, he mentions Major Valerie. So that means Valerie is one of the top people in the Fatui, and he has a lot of pull, like a lot of pull, like damn near Harbinger pull. I wonder if he would be a Harbinger. But anyways, that's a whole different discussion. Oh, and then she was the third one, because I believe she said she was working with Marionette, But then since Marionette is gone, she went under Arlecchino. I think that's what the woman said in the event. But yeah, this dude mentioned Major Valerie. So we know he's one of the top people in Fatui, like right under Harbingers. But yeah, so when the guy with the rifle shoots, Valerie pops up, and then they start fighting, and then the dude with the rifle, wolves appear, and then Valerie, his shadow turns into a gigantic bear, and kind of like swipes all the wolves. So yeah, I think that performer, Vagnanista, whatever the hell, I think her true name will be Valentina. And then you have Odette, which she just looks like an assassin. Who the hell knows? She'll probably be connected to probably what you call it? The assassin during Decarabian's time when she fell in love with Decarabian, but then she finally realized that Decarabian was just using her. So it kind of sounded like she killed him, but I don't believe she killed him because I think he's sealed in Storm Terror's lair. But who knows? Odette is probably connected to that. Or maybe she's connected to one of those crazy ass aristocrats that you read in the Super Conduit thing. The same one that talks about Oxina. I'm pretty sure she's the 8th witch. The Rooster. Child. Pantalone. Oh, speaking of Rooster. You know what's funny? So I saw one half of people saying that the dude with the stars on his neck. Actually, let me see. What is his name real quick? Is it Noi? Yeah, it is Noi. Because I saw one half of people saying that Noi is the cryo dragon, which I agree with. And then I saw another group of people saying that the rooster is the cryo dragon. It's that would be pretty fucking funny if he actually is the cryo dragon. But I don't see that happening. I think he's just some regular Fae. Well, not regular Fae, because none of the Faes are regular, but I think he's just a Fae. Um, yeah, and then you have Vesna, which sounds like she's the #1 supporter of the Sharista. Uh, Danica. Oh, okay, so I think Danica, since we saw her on trains, and we know trains is a big thing in Shaznia, I think she's gonna be like the bridge between the Abyss and Shaznia. Because I know there was a video of the traveler traveling in the train, and then he gets out of the train and he has a rifle and he's shooting Fatui Harbingers in the Abyss. So I think all of that happens because of Danica. I think Danica is like the maid of the Abyss in Shaznia. And if Fatui gets corrupted or whatever, then the Traveler goes in and kills them. So, like I said, I think she's kind of like the bridge. Because she like cleans the Abyss, I guess. Like if the Abyss is pouring out into Shaznia, then she like does whatever. So she could contain it. Even though I still have my theory that Shaznia is inside the Abyss, so it's kind of almost like a void, if you will. But when you're in Shesnaya, like, and you look around, like, you know, like all of this, like that's not the abyss. It's still Shesnaya. And I think that's because of Danica. She's containing the abyss. So, uh, Meet Meet Mitai. I don't know how the hell to say that dude's name. He looks like Misha. He's actually very interesting because there's a thing that he has, kind of almost like some like little medallion thing. It looks like it's not exactly like that, but it kind of looks like the little hexen circle thing that you see like on the bow, like that little circle thingy. It kind of looks like that, but his is like a bit more colorful. It's not the exact same shape, and it's not inscribed in ruins like how the other hexen circle people have theirs inscribed. His is not inscribed. But the fact that he sits in front of the Kresnik torch, just watching it, I assume, or studying, I don't know, doing something. But the fact that he's doing that makes me believe he might be the student of either the Eighth Witch or he'll be the student of, or maybe even the child of the trickster witch, which is Ivana, I believe that's her name. So I think he's connected to Ivana or the Eighth Witch, with which, which, which is I believe to be Oxina, the one that's keeping the Tsar inside the prison of the Abyss. And speaking of prison of Abyss, because in the same trailer that they showed the dude with the rifle having the pole arm and he's Electro, in that same one, oh, now that I say that, I believe the Traveler shooting the gun is the same trailer as that one also. I don't remember. Or maybe it's two separate trailers. Anyway, that's not the point. In one of those trailers, they show like a kind of like a palace thing, and then like a mini one like under it, and it's kind of like frozen. So a lot of people assume that's the Tsar's resting place or burial ground, which probably is, but I don't think it's really a burial ground. I think it just goes deeper and then you go inside the abyss, and it's a whole big thing. But I do think it's connected to the Tsar, so I will say that. But anyways, with that, if you look at it closely, it actually kind of resembles Celestia. So I wonder if there was like some like duplicate Celestia that somebody was creating and then hid it in the abyss. So when the Tsar and the third descender went in the abyss, even though the Tsar went further, but when the Tsar and the third descender went in the abyss, and they were opening the quote unquote golden gates, with golden gates always referred to Celestia. I wonder if that's exactly what they found and what they were looking for. And that's why they went to the abyss. Because somebody was already duplicating Celestia. Because we know all previous people, like kings, well, not all, a majority, was basically always going against rulership. Remus was going against rulership. Deshret, the king of the face, which is the Tsar, he was going against Celestia. So I would not be surprised. I wonder if the Voyager and Nicole was creating a secret Celestia, since they were the ones who waged the war, and the Face joined later, or the Face joined because of them. But they were the ones who basically set it off. Hmm. I think that's exactly what it is. I think that's what they were looking for. And then the Tsar just got trapped there in prison, living the same dream over and over. Him saving a silver-haired white girl. I mean, a silver-haired. silver-haired. Well, I mean, they did describe her as like a white girl, but that's not what I meant to say. But yeah, silver-haired child. But yeah. Speaking of white, the reason why I think that is because in the wings they talk about. Wait, why did I go all the way out? In the Not Cry wings, I'm not gonna go through this whole entire thing because I've done it many times before. I'm just looking for the part. Oh, right there. To kill the enemy, the Snow King would need to find a fissure buried deep in the earth's darkest strata. Within that crack lay a tree that grew downward. Upon the tree's tower-like branches perched a raven. Within the raven's belly lay a snow-white hare, and the hare's eyes was a door. And if he opened the door, a world as black as spilt ink would pour forth, swallowing both heaven and earth. So that's the abyss. But when it says the 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 oh my god, dude, my brain. Upon the tree's tower, like branches perched a raven. That raven might be referring to Noi. And then when it says within the raven's belly lay a snow white hare, that snow white hare, I think that's referring to the silver haired child, which is Oxina, in the super conduit artifact set. Because in the super conduit thing, it always, well, at the ending it keeps talking about that the Fae King is just reliving the same dream over and over and over. That he doesn't even know if it really happened, if it did happen, is he dreaming, is he dead, is like he don't know. But Yeah. And then this bottom part. They shattered the egg, finally saw the truth. His greatest enemy bore his face. Others claimed the egg never existed, and the world beyond the door was nothing more than a trap meant to keep him in the void. I think that's probably the most accurate one. But yeah, I don't. I definitely think it's Oxina, and I think Oxina is the eighth witch. I think she's the representation of Sleeping Beauty, because I believe all witches are like fairy tale related. I think the eighth one is Sleeping Beauty. So with her quote unquote sleeping, it's keeping the fake king trapped. And with her sleeping, being in the belly of the raven, I think that raven is Noi. But yeah. And as far as him being the cryo dragon and also shapeshifting into a raven, um, that does sound kind of crazy. But honestly, that don't really seem like a big thing. Because if Nouvelet was resurrected to be human and have human emotions with dragon authority, which is really insane. Because if you think about it, he will be stronger than Nubelung now. I don't think people really truly realize how strong, especially in Hoyoverse games, like the epitome of having like humanity, like someone having like humanity's will, or humans just having the will to for humanity to survive, or strive for greatness, or and anything like that. Like you truly become one of the powerful, or if not the most powerful person, like in your game or whatever. Because yeah, you could have all these godlike figures, but it's the human, like the human will, that makes them much, 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 much more stronger and deadlier. I don't think people honestly realize how big of a deal that is. And like I said, the Hoyoverse games. Honestly, a lot of gacha games is like that. Because Weather and Waves is kind of like that also. Even with Rover being, Mighty God Killer, the Astro Modulator, and Humanity's Hope, and Lord Arbitrator, and all this other stuff. It's his will that truly makes him strong. But anyways, back to Noi. Um, so yeah, so with Nouvelet being extremely powerful now, especially that he has uh, the human emotions, and that he has humanity's will, if you want to put it like that, or the will of humanity. Again, same thing. Um, with Noi, who's to say that that didn't happen with him? And again, the whole three soul type of things. Because there's I forgot what it is. I don't know if it's the super conduit set. Oh, my controller died. But I know it mentions the phase being born out of something. And I think them being born out of something is supposed to be the cryo dragon. And we know the the wings that we just read, it said that the enemy bore his face. Even though there's so many different stories to it, I feel like all of them might be sorta right, but the closest one is the one that it was kind of like a trap to keep him in the void. But the one saying that it bore his face, that probably represents him, um, him and the other phase being born from the cryo dragon. And Chernobog is a villain or abyssal creature. Same thing. Um, I mean, he was a villain to the phase, so it's basically the same thing. But anyways, but yeah, so his greatest villain was Chernobog, and he always defeat him, and then Chernobog would come back. So if part of the wings at the end is true, that his greatest enemy bore his face, and if Phase were born from the Cryo Dragon, and his greatest uh villain or rival, whatever, was Chernobog, then Chernobog is the Cryo Dragon. He's like the abyssal version of the Cryo Dragon. So that would be like one fragment, if you will. So they could be two other ones, or they could just be one half of the other. It could be like not exactly like that because the Pyro Dragon is not alive. But in terms of the Abyss using the Pyro Dragon so he could like destroy Natlan, that could be the same thing for Shesnaya or ancient Shesnaya. That the Abyss was using the the Cryo Dragon and turned them into Chernobog. And then probably some group of Fays or someone. It would be funny if it's Dottore. That would be hilarious. But somebody used the other half of the Cryo Dragon and then created Noi. And then made Noi as a Fae. Just like how all the other Fays were born from the Cryo Dragon. So, that's what I think. I think Noi is the Raven in the story. I think Noi is the Cryo Dragon. And I think he's also a Fae. So, I think he's all that stuff. It should be one of the top things. I don't want to read this whole entire stuff. Oh yeah, that's also I talked about this before, but this has nothing to do with Project Stuzha or whatnot. Because I believe that when the Phase and Nicole with the Voyager went to war, and obviously they lost, and then the Phase got hit with a Celestial Nail, and then when the Sarista came to power, she was the one that encased everything in snow. Because previously, nothing was in snow or like in ice. And I'm pretty sure there was snow, but it wasn't like encased like in ice. Like everything was just completely frozen. I believe they had just regular stuff and occasional snow. But when the Sarista became Sarista, she made everything like frozen, which makes sense now because of her son. So, but yeah, looks like I'm gonna be right about that also. Dude, where the hell is this thing? Um, yeah, they talk about a lot of experiments in this. That's why I said it would be funny that if it ended up being Dottore doing some of this stuff, or even the one who created Noi. Is it? I swore I thought it was in this. It has to be in this. Mm, I'm trying to just look for the part when it talks about the phase being born from like bulwark of something. Man, what the hell is it? It can't be. I don't think it is. It can't be one of these. This is all Voyager stuff. Is it one of these? I don't remember where it was. Oh no, this is yeah, that's something else. Is it in the wings? Yeah, it'd be funny if it's in the wings. According to legend, the king of the Fae of the Snowlands, a hero born from the bones of a great beast, sought to unite the entire continent. To do so, he had to slay his final enemy. Okay. This does talk about what I was talking about before, but this is not what I was looking for. I remember they mentioned somewhere, it mentioned something that the King of the Fays was like born from like the bulwark. I remember that word specifically because that was like so odd. The the bulwark or bulwark, some shit like that. But anyways, in this it says the same thing. A hero born from the great bones of a great beast sought to unite the entire continent. To do so, he had to slay his final enemy, which obviously we know is, well, Celestia. But Chernobog was his greatest rival. Or maybe Chernobog was his final enemy, since he could never kill it. Like, fully 100% kill it. Because it would just, um, like, resurrect. But, oh, damn. It's already. Oh, wow. Oh, it's tomorrow. Hold on, what is. Oh, it's Monday, that's why. Ah. I thought we was already going into Tuesday. Oh my god, dude, I'm almost missed the whole entire full day. Jeez. Well, I could do that later. I'm about to end. But yeah, so that's what I think Noi is. I think Noi is part of the Cryo Dragon who was resurrected as a Fae. The same way that Nouvelet was resurrected as a human. So, now that I say that, I wonder if other dragons were resurrected to be like okay, since Nouvelle was Fontaine and he was resurrected to be human amongst humans, and if Noi is resurrected from the Cryo Dragon to be a Fae amongst the Faes, then like in Leeway, like if the Geo Dragon resurrected and became an Adeptus, so he could be among the people. Does that make sense? I wonder if other dragons did the same. And maybe that's why we can never find who these dragons were. We don't even know a name of these dragons. So, like, what the hell, man? The Geo one might be probably true. It's probably with Jean Lee, most likely. He's probably the original Geo Dragon, resurrected to be an Adeptus. But that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, yeah, I think that's basically it. Oh, one final thing. And this will be part Project Stuzha. I believe inside the Cresmic Torch is probably the sun. It's probably the Sharisa's son. Like she probably has some like encaged or frozen. Like if we're going based off the trailer, right? Let's put it like this. Renova took out the third descender. She removed him from the picture. Now he's out of the picture. The Sarista almost forgets about him, but remembers him because of the sun and the flower that the sun gives her, which is a linchpin, and linchpins are connected to the third descender, right? So then she touches him and he freezes. So what if she froze him? He quote unquote died because of Renova. So her freezing the sun is keeping him alive because Renova would have killed him, right? So that's why I say Renova quote unquote killed him. And why the Sharista quote unquote saved him is because now he's encased like in ice. And I wonder if now he's inside the Kresnik torch. And that's what's keeping Shesnaya warm. Even though the Sharista basically froze everything. But the torch is keeping everybody warm because two things. He's the son of the third descender. And then the second thing, since he's the son of the third descender, that probably means he automatically has a will of a descender, since he's the child of one. And since if he's the child of one, and the will of a descender is the strongest thing in Tibet, because it can literally change fate, destroy fate, a whole bunch of stuff. It could change everything, right? So if the son has a will to keep on living for his mother or for his father or both of his parents, that will is so strong that it will burn through the Sarista's ice, and therefore that's what's keeping Shesnaya warm in its entirety, because inside of it is a descender's will, which is her son. So I think that's the secret of the Kresnik torch. I think because the sun is inside of it. And like I said, I think that's part Project Stuzha, not really fully anything with Stuzha. I think probably just part, because if the Sarista wins, then she'll just end up removing him, and then the Kresnik torch would just be not lit at all. So that means she will trap Celestia and Shesnaya forever. So, yeah. Um, okay, I think now with that is everything. I can't think of anything else. Yeah, I have not done one of these in so long. Feels pretty good. And I haven't streamed in over a week, which, like I said, I was part busy and then part just not in a good headspace. So, apologies for that. I took way too long, but it's good. I think it was a good decompress, as I said, like the first 10 minutes of the stream. I really needed something like that. But it's gonna be a pretty busy week this week, so especially tomorrow. But well, busy for like stuff to do, like in the gacha games, especially Genshin. So with that being said, God willingly, hopefully I'll be able to stream. I don't know, maybe almost every single day this week. Hopefully, because even though I started like at 12 or close to 12, no, I think it already passed 12. So technically, it's already Monday, but maybe later tonight, going into Tuesday, maybe I'll do another one. I'm not sure what though. I think I'm just gonna put. I should find a way to do something with YouTube. I know I always say that, and then it kind of works, and then it just. I don't know, it just don't really happen. Too much stuff be happening sometimes. And mostly all those times that I was kind of doing semi back and forth, a whole bunch of like crazy updates was coming out with like new stories and all that stuff. Bro, there was a time like literally 3 weeks in a row, like back to back to back to back. All these games had like humongous updates. So, yeah. Usually I do all that stuff here on Twitch. But I really don't know. I don't know. Maybe 100% tomorrow when the server goes back up. Because that's gonna be way too big of a story. I cannot miss that. Uh, bro, if anything pops up, I'm just gonna have to like. I don't know. Depending on what type of situation it is, just. I'm just gonna have to deal with it later or something. I don't know. Guys, because I desperately need to do this. When Sandrone comes out, I need to do it as soon as server gets up. Because I know there's gonna be so much goddamn spoilers. That is one update I cannot wait. I can't wait one day. I can't miss. I have to do it when server gets up. Because like I said, spoilers are gonna be crazy. So, yeah. I'd definitely be up. Well, yeah, be up also. But I was gonna say I would definitely be here, ready to stream. But like I said, later tonight until very early in the morning, like midnight, or maybe at midnight, which I need to start trying to go a little earlier. I'm not sure. I mean, I probably will. I'm just not sure what I'll do. I don't know. Or maybe I won't. Like I said, I really don't know. Kind of like a 50-50, I guess. But yeah, no more week-long break things. That's not gonna happen again. Hopefully, this week it definitely won't happen. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Um, I'm trying to think. Is that it? Oh, before. Hold on. Is there any drip marketing for anything? Uh, nope. I don't see no drip market for anything. But they did make a post. Monitoring log life. Signs of biological activity on the moon confirmed. Hmm, While the exterior is visually barren. Instead of natural evolution, its local ecosystem was engineered by the dragons to serve as a blank. Black Kuhenki inhabits the area. Signs of Black Kuhenki activity have been detected near a specific spacecraft where records of a young girl's presence was found. Oh, the travelers. Or the bisibling, whatever gender you pick, same thing. I wonder if the Black Kuhenki. I wonder if it's like that because of New Belong. Hmm. Oh, that should definitely be interesting. I can't wait. Um, yeah, alright. I think that's basically everything. I'll finally watch these damn live streams later. Um, Maybe I'll just watch the trailers. That kind of recaps everything. I don't know, we'll see. But maybe for the Weather and Waves one, that one I'll probably watch the whole thing. Oh, speaking of, I don't know why I just remember that right now. Because I was talking about the characters earlier. Because I saw a small, like, little clip of the 2D models of all the characters. Like the in-game models. Uh, like one of them, she kind of looks like Jinshi. So I wonder if she's related to her. But she might be the sentinel to Hishin. I think that's how you say her name. Or the sentinel resonator. That's what I meant to say. She might be the sentinel resonator to Hishin, because Hishin is the physical sentinel or sentinel, same thing. Um, and then you had the girl with the umbrella. And then you had the dude with the scar over his eye. And I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, my seven swordsman theory since like October, I'm right, I'm right. I'm telling you, I'm going to be right. Even the way that they showed him in the little like clip that I saw, which most likely he's from the trailer of the live stream. But from what I saw, dude, he was standing in the woods the exact same way that the blind dude was standing in the woods when he will go assassinate people. I'm telling you, the seven swordsman theory is correct. There's seven assassins, each in every specific city that's connected to Jinzhou and the other ones. I'm telling you, man. And that dude with the scar, he's one of the assassins. I know some people were saying that they think, which it's a pretty decent theory, but I don't think it would make sense timeline wise, because I don't think it's been that many years for him to get old like that. But it's a pretty decent theory. It would be crazy if it actually is true. But anyways, I did see one theory about the dude with the scar on his eye, saying that that's probably the little kid from the blind dude's trailer. Because in the blind dude's trailer, it's him training with an old man, and then he starts training a little kid, and then he leaves the little kid, and then he continues with his journey, and then that's when he becomes an assassin and whatnot. And then the little boy, well, we don't know what happens to the little boy, but some people are saying that they think the little boy is the one with the scar on his eye. But like I said, I think that's way too much short of a time for him to grow up that fast. So, um, yeah, okay, now I think that's officially it. I don't think there's anything else. Um, yeah, alright. I'm gonna just fully charge everything. I mean, I'll try later tonight into tomorrow, or maybe just midnight tomorrow, like at 12 in the morning, which again, I need to stop doing that. But 100% when server gets back up tomorrow. Because like I said, I'm not missing that. I am not missing that. Like, I don't care what type of catastrophe it's gonna happen. Bro, I'm not missing that. I cannot. I can't. Dude, I'm gonna get so fucking pissed off if the whole entire state just like blows out with like a power outage. My God. It's gonna have to be some crazy shit like that in order for me not to stream the Sandrone quest or update, same thing. But like I said before that, I'll see, because I honestly really don't know what to do. I really don't know. I kind of went through all the theory stuff, which I kind of wasn't anticipating. I was only gonna talk about the trailer of Death of Elation, but that went into a gigantic rabbit hole. But I'm kind of glad I got that over with now. And then of course Project Stuzha, the rankings Project Stuzha, the Shesnaya trailer, and then the characters. Um, yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm done. All right, so like I said, maybe later tonight, or if not, 100% tomorrow when server gets back up, I will be doing the quest. So, alrighty.